Let's go. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to open the Howell Township Council regular meeting, February 17th. Ms. Wallen, can I please have the opening statement and the roll call?
Let the minutes reflect that adequate notice of the holding of this regular meeting of the Howell Township Council was provided for in the following manner: by the posting of a copy of said notice upon the bulletin board in the Township Municipal Building on January 2, 2009, by the faxing of a copy of said notice to the Asbury Park Press, Tri-Town News, and Star Ledger for publication on January 2, 2009, by the filing of a copy of said form of notice in the Township Clerk's office on January 2, 2009. The public will be allowed to attend and will be allowed to participate pursuant to the Open Public Meetings Law. The public is reminded that civility and decorum will be maintained during the meeting. Any contracts awarded at this meeting or between now and the next meeting will be required to comply with the requirements of Public Law 1975, Chapter 127. In accordance with the Fire Prevention Code, be advised that this facility is designed with 3 emergency exits for your safety. The locations are as follows: upon exiting the meeting room to the rear, they are to immediate left and immediate right, and at the front of the meeting room at the left of the dais. Furthermore, smoking is not permitted in the municipal building. Please take note that this meeting is being videotaped for possible future broadcast on Howell Township TV 77. Roll call: Mrs. Clark. Here. Mrs. Dalton. Here. Mr. Howell.
Here.
Mr. Memolo.
Present.
Mayor Walsh.
Here. I believe we have reasons to go into executive session tonight, Ms. Slegger?
Yes, Mayor, we do. Personnel matters. Personnel matters.
Just personnel matters. Okay. I'd like you to read the executive session resolution, please, Ms. Wallen.
Whereas the governing body of the Township of Howell is authorized pursuant to NJSA 10:4-12 to exclude the public from that portion of this meeting for purposes of discussing specific matters as permitted by NJSA 10:4-12, whereas the governing body of the Township of Howell intends to discuss certain matters which are deemed confidential pursuant to NJSA 10:4-12 in executive session, whereas at this time the governing body of the Township of Howell cannot determine the time when the discussion to be held in executive session will be made public, but will disclose the minutes of the executive session when the need for confidentiality no longer exists. Now therefore be it resolved by the governing body of the Township of Howell that this meeting shall be adjourned to an executive session, and the public will be excluded in order that the governing body of the Township of Howell may discuss the items, and upon reconvening this public meeting, the presiding officer will announce, if possible, the time, when, and the circumstances under which the discussion conducted in executive session will be disclosed to the public. Motion and second, Mayor.
Need a motion to go into executive session?
I'll make the motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Need a roll call, please?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yes.
Mr. Memolo?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. For the benefit of the public, we will reconvene the meeting at approximately 7:30 p.m. I'd like to reopen the meeting. It's the Howell Township Council regular meeting of February 17th. Would you all please stand for the salute to the flag?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you all please remain standing for one moment in silent observation for the troops that are fighting for our freedom all over the world. First item on the agenda will be acceptance of minutes from the previous meetings from January 1st to January 20th.
Move those, Mr. Mayor. And I would second that.
Any discussion, any comments? I have one question. Ms. Schlegel? I believe we had asked at that time to send out a bid again for the auditor. Has that been done yet?
Yes, it has.
Any replies back yet?
I'd have to check the website to see what the date was to be returned. I don't know that off the top of my head. I will find out for you, though.
Okay. Report back to us on that, please. All right. I have a motion. I have a second. Nobody else? Have a roll call, please.
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mrs. Dalton?
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yes.
Mr. Memolo?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. Next thing on the agenda is report from Township's officials. Mr. Nunziata said he had some things he'd like to speak about, so why don't we start over there tonight? Anything, Mr. Nunziata?
None here, sir.
Our CFO?
No, Mayor.
Our barrister?
No, Mayor.
Ms. Schlegel, our manager?
Yes, sir. A couple things. First thing is, I have had some inquiries in my office regarding the dredger. So I just wanted to update you on that situation. The total purchase price of the dredger was $379,950.
What was that number?
$379,950.
Okay.
$271,629 was grant money. And the balance was $108,321, which came from the township.
Okay.
It was manufactured and stored free of charge for us by Baltimore Dredge. We received a request from the company regarding a Florida community that had an emergency and was in need of a dredger immediately. In an effort to assist another community in need, our attorney and the management staff reviewed and entered into an agreement to release our 2007 model in exchange for a 2009 model with approximately $50,000 in upgrades at no additional charge. This model will be available by April 2009. Since September, we have worked with 3 other municipalities who have expressed a desire to establish interlocal agreements regarding the dredger. We anticipate finalizing these agreements over the next few months. It is extremely likely that not only will we recoup all the township funds expended, but we may see a profit in the future.
Plus, we'll be able to use it to dredge our own lakes.
Yes, actually, I can give you a little bit of an update on that.
Would you please?
We are not allowed to dredge from May 1st to July 31st due to restrictions of the spawning of the fish in that particular lake. We've obtained the DEP stream encroachment and wetlands permits that are good through January 2010. The piping is in. We are taking delivery the week of July 5th. Engineering is applying for the freehold soils permit. We plan to dredge from August 1st to approximately October 15th to the 31st. The time from when we get the dredge until when we actually start is a training period that the company offers. They come down and they do training and stuff like that. Additionally, Mayor, as you well know, one of the municipalities is also working with us in the training of the operation.
Yes, for the record, we did have a meeting with another municipality that's very interested in working out an agreement with Howell Township, and they've been dredging for years and years. So they have a manager who has been in charge of their dredging, knows a lot about it, and has agreed to come down and help assist our employees. Because when we dredge, we fully expect to use Howell Township employees. So, but we will be needing some assistance. Keep it down, please. We will be needing assistance when we first start out. In the long run, I believe we'll save the municipality thousands of dollars, plus give us some more work to do. So, and we have met with some other towns also, but that the manager will follow up on with the attorney, and we'll go from there. Anything else, Ms. Schlegel?
Oh, yes, Mayor. I just want to make a statement regarding the furlough plan.
Okay.
Over the past several weeks, the dialogue regarding the so-called furlough plan, whether intentional or not, has, at least in my opinion, ignored the most important component. First and foremost, in anyone's consideration, should be the residents and taxpayers of the township. Working within the existing circumstances, it is my obligation to provide the citizens of Howell with effective government and efficient services as best that I am able to do so. I take this responsibility very seriously. In implementing this plan, I had to determine how to best achieve these goals while attempting to have the financial burdens shared across the entire employee base and still maintain a viable structure within the organization. I would suggest that a reasonable person applying reasonable standards would conclude that the furlough plan is fair and equitable by meeting the needs of structure within the organization and having the least impact on residents. I am comfortable that this plan would pass any reasonable test of fairness. In this economic climate, there is no good choice. This may not be the optimum plan for the employees, but it is best for the town as a whole. I am confident with the combined efforts of a supportive governing body, the managerial team, the administrative staff, a dedicated workforce, and an understanding and patient citizenry, we will overcome the challenges ahead. None of us want to experience the alternative. At the end of the day, everyone is still employed with health benefits. That's it, Mayor. That's it for me.
I'll bring this up now. There's been statements put out in Howell Township by the head of our Financial Review Committee that all the unclassified workers in Howell Township received a raise in November and will not be affected at all financially by the furlough. Is that true?
No, sir, it is not true.
How many unclassified workers do we have in Howell Township, and who are they? I don't mean by name, position.
It's the chief of police, the township manager, the CFO, the assistant CFO, township clerk, deputy clerk, tax assessor, tax collector, director of human services, assistant human services administrator, and my administrative assistant. Oh, and the township attorney, I'm sorry.
And we have negotiated 2 contracts in the last 3 months, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you will be taking a 2-week furlough, plus 1% of your pay. We've spoken about this. Will be going towards health insurance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, I don't need to hear that everybody else received raises in the last 3 months and that the furloughs will not affect them financially at all. That's a correct statement?
That's correct.
Okay. We'll go to reports of township officials. Why don't we start to my left? Councilman Howell.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of things I wanted to mention. First is this Saturday. I want the residents to remember that it's the fire district elections for the budgets for the fire districts as well as fire commissioners. I'm not sure if in all districts or just in some of them. The other thing I wanted to mention is there is a Board of Ed meeting tomorrow night specifically for the ability of the Board of Ed to put to have a special election on March 10th to ask the citizens to authorize another $3.6 million to $5.8 million, the number is yet undetermined, on their tax levy, in addition to the 4% they're looking for in their November election. That's to keep 2 schools, or all of the schools that they have now open. I believe it's 13 schools. When everybody else is having to do more with less, I find it highly insulting that the Board of Ed is looking to add another, I believe the total number is $7.2 million to their budget this year. I think it's insanity. Last year, we got the song and dance from the Board of Ed that they were going for a $2.1 million waiver, and that it was a one-time shot, that they could never get a waiver again. Well, lo and behold, here they go looking for the waiver again. If they don't get the waiver from the state, they're going to put it on the taxpayers' backs with an additional. That's where that difference of the $2.2 million comes from in what they're looking for. So I would ask every resident to attend that Board of Ed meeting tomorrow night and tell the Board of Education what you think about their special election. They told us all last year that the budget was bare bones. There was no meat left on the bones. But where did you come up with an additional $30,000 to have an additional election this year? That'll be it for me right now, Mayor.
Councilman Clark?
Nothing at this time.
Councilman Memel?
Nothing, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor Dalton?
Nothing. Nothing, Mr. Mayor.
I'll be chatting throughout the evening, so nothing else from me right at the moment.
Oh, Mayor, if I could, one more thing, I
You
forgot.
most certainly may.
We asked the Board of Ed, at request of the citizens, to tape the meeting for broadcast on Channel 77, and we were told that we should have asked long ago because the Board of Ed would have had to been asked for permission to have it put on Channel 77. I've been sitting up here for 25 months. We've been asking the Board of Ed for 25 months to have the meetings broadcast on Channel 77. 25 months later, we're still being told we have to ask somebody. I'm asking you now. Thank you.
Mayor, I recommend we write a formal letter to the Board of Education so that they can put it on the agenda of one of their meetings.
Governing body, everybody agree with that?
Agreed.
Deputy Mayor?
I agree. I agree.
I'm not sure.
I'll agree also. Yes, do that, Ms. Slagle, if you would. We're going to go right over to hearing of the citizens for 1 hour. I have a list here at the end. If we still have time left, I'll ask anybody else in the audience if they would like to have time to speak. Try to keep it down to under 5 minutes. I will stretch some, but right now there's about 12 to 14 people here on the list. I'd like everybody to get a chance to talk if possible. First person is Sherry Ramsey.
Yes, right there.
If that's what you're going to speak about, is true. I mean, I see what you have up here. Would you hold that till when we speak about the dog ordinance? We'll open it up to the public then?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. The next person also is Janine Mata, it looks like. Could you wait until we speak about the dog ordinance? Thank you. Gina Roth.
Can't do that.
I don't understand, Mr. Mayor. When I walked in this office at 6:30.
Hold on. If you would like to come in, I have no problem with you speaking right now. You want to come up and speak for 5 minutes? Come on. Come on up to the mic, state your name, and feel free to speak.
Bear with me 1 minute. Okay.
Oh,
That's what I didn't understand, Mr. Mayor.
truthfully, yes. Very sorry. They handed it to me when it turned over. I was reading from page 2 first. The first speaker this evening, Marie Zito. Would you like to speak, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Okay? And hopefully you will give me a little more than 5 minutes. Okay?
You'll find some grace in me most of the time in life.
All right.
Name and address, please.
Mr. Mayor and Town Council, my name is Marie Zito. I live at 47 Cherry Bend Drive. I am a resident of Howell Township for 22 years. I'm an employee for almost 13 years, and I am the TWU chairperson, who is what many call shop steward, who represent the 125 employees that are being furloughed. I've come before you again to ask some questions, hopefully get some answers, hopefully give you some solutions for the problems and the ways to save some money and stop the furloughs. In these hard times, I understand furloughs are better than being laid off. What the Transport Workers Union does not understand is why it is not equally across the board. Why is the Transport Workers Union, which is the employees who transport and run your programs for your seniors, run programs for your children, take care of your streets, your roads, maintain your parks, fix your potholes, pick up your bulk items, cut down dead trees and pick up fallen trees, do your roadside and common space mowing, maintain your fleet in vehicles, including 73 police vehicles, are your 911 dispatchers, and your office clerical staff in all departments who answer the residents' questions, take care of their problems, are receiving the most time off? Why does department heads only receive 4 weeks? Why does the township manager, the township clerk, the deputy clerk, the tax collector, the chief financial officer, and the 3 secretaries in the manager's office only receive 2 weeks? Why is it that the employees who directly affect the services for the residents of this town take the brunt for this council being fiscally irresponsible 1 year ago by going to a 0% tax dollar increase? Last year at the final budget hearing meeting, I stated to 3 of the 5 of you that if you went to a $0 tax increase, we would be over $2 million in debt. And you looked at me like I had 3 heads. Well, right now, I am told it is at $1.6 million, so I wasn't far off. Now, ways to save money. If the Township Council would give up their stipends, you would save $27,500. If you gave back health insurance benefits that are to all the town members, it would be another $60,000. Now, another way to save money, the recycling. Right now, we do curbside recycling program in Howell, and we contract out to a company called Central Jersey Waste. And I will tell you, from working in the Department of Public Works, they are a waste. In 2006, we paid them $366,124.15. In 2007, we paid them $455,888. And in 2008, we paid them $498,363. Their costs keep going up, and their services keep going down. As shown here, I will show you. These are the complaints from the residents for 2007. These are the complaints for the residents in 2008. And these are the complaints for the first 6 weeks of 2009. That their recycling isn't getting picked up. We call the company to go back. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. If we can't get them to go back, we have a Clean Communities Department, which is based on a grant, who will go out to pick them up. Last year, their time and effort basically comes out to $800 for them to go back and pick up recycling for a company that doesn't do it. A year ago, I suggested that we, the township, the Department of Public Works, do the recycling. We can enter into agreement with the Board of Ed, same as we do with picking up their garbage. They can buy us a truck, we can do all the recycling. For the town, for them. And the revenue from the curbside cans that we pick up would generate another $25,000. Also, what if all the township employees, instead of furloughs, if all the township employees, I mean all the township employees, forfeited 2 weeks' pay? We still continue to work, but do not receive 1 paycheck. Okay? And I mean from the manager on down to the Teamsters, the non-classified, the TWU, the PBA, the SOA, and the chief of police. From what I opened, 1 week, 1 paycheck, which is a 2-week salary, is a total of $708,593.73.
What was that number?
$708,593.73. Next. In the year 2000, the township went out to bid on a compactor roller and asphalt paver, which cost us $90,900. It's never been used. It's still sitting in the garage at the Public Works Department. Why don't, 2000? Why not sell this and recoup some money? Or, instead of going out and contracting pavers,
It's an
use it.
It's an antique red.
It looks brand new.
A 2000,
Mayor, that's been 5 minutes.
okay. Keep going. Hold.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Cito.
Now to the dredger. I understand Mr. Slagle's statement, but why is $85,388 worth of pipe for the dredger rotting at the archery range in Aldrich Lake? And why do we have a boat and a motor worth $6,000 in the DPW compound waiting for this dredger?
I don't know if rotting is the appropriate term to use, but I mean, I guess use whatever term you want.
It's been there for almost 6 months.
Well, I believe that the dredger, and this is just for me, the dredger there was an opening of bids to dredge the lake, I believe in January of 2006. And the lowest qualified bid, I believe, was a little over 600,000. Is that correct, Mr. Nunziata?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and that was to dredge one lake. So there was some long-term thinking put into it by the governing body at that time. Okay, it wasn't an overnight decision, and there was some long-term thought into it of saving the municipality money over time. I mean, there isn't quick fixes to everything in this world. Plus, we'll have our own people doing the dredging, which also keeps them employed, which I think is part of what you'd like to see.
Yes.
So part of that comes with long-term thinking, okay? Anything else?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to give you a couple more minutes, all right?
Okay. Now, I want to know about the Bonham track. There's a dog park supposedly in the Bonham track, which is $169,000 worth of grant money, but it's a matching grant. We still have to come up with $169,000. Now, when you add all of this up, the total savings comes to $1,674,924. I think I'm getting close to the figure I need. Now, I have some other questions. Why in 2008, when this town council last year laid off 9 public works employees, 6 other TWU positions were dissolved by attrition, and 23 employees of the TWU received pay cuts, in January of 2008, did management and the non-classified employees receive a 3.75 raise?
Excuse me, they did not in 2008.
I Oprah reports...
I mean, I'm sorry,
January
in 2009.
No, I'm talking
Right.
January 2008,
That's
Mr.
correct.
Slater.
That's correct.
Okay? Why, now this may get me in trouble, but why is
Okay.
Mrs. Schlegel...
Whoa.
You cannot
We're
mention
not
an
gonna-
employee in the
We are not
room.
going to sit here and discuss individual people that work for the township, no matter who it is, okay? I mean, that's
Then-
not...
Fine,
Yeah, please don't go there,
I'm not.
okay? Please don't.
Why are we hiring an assistant director of public works and a grant writer coordinator? According to the article that went out in the newspaper,
Do you know what else is in the newspaper? The comics,
no.
Okay.
no. Okay,
all
when
right?
we,
Alls we did... Hold on. Nobody was hired. Nobody's being hired. Okay? Don't think all rumors you hear are truths.
I'm reading...
No,
the
hold
notice-
on. Nobody is being hired. All it was a change in the name of a current worker in Howell Township. The job title was changed. That is it. Nobody is being hired for the position. Nobody new is being hired. Anybody that alludes to anything different, you're wrong. Okay?
And my last statement is, this past week, Mr. Schlegel and yourself were quoted by News 12 New Jersey in the radio station 101.5, stating that you would not tolerate a sick out, and if we did, we would be fired immediately.
Oh, I didn't say nothing of that sort.
Well, this is what came across the radio because I got phone calls. Now,
Hold
the TWU...
Hold
Can
on.
I finish and make the
Yeah,
statement, please,
but
Mayor?
hold on. You are not allowed to sit here and slander me on things that I did not say. Go get the tape of the radio, okay? I did not say anybody would be fired. I have no say as the mayor of Howell Township on who gets hired or fired. This governing body sets policy, and I did not say that people would be fired, okay? It did not happen, so please don't. I don't mind you sticking up for the union, for saying what you want that's true. God bless you. I appreciate that you're doing your job for the people in your union. But don't make rumors or what people think they heard come out like it's the absolute truth, okay? Never said that anybody would be fired. I have nothing to do with the hiring or firing, okay? We set policy.
No,
So,
I have one
and Ms.
last
Schlegel
thing.
wasn't on the radio, I do not believe, so you didn't hear it from her on the radio either. I called in after I got a text message from the mayor of Upper Freehold saying, "Good luck tomorrow. Your township's having a sick out." Okay? I didn't know whether it was true, untrue. All I did was call up the radio. Okay? So I never said nothing like it. And Ms. Schlegel, for the record, were you on the radio last Thursday?
I was not on the radio.
Okay. So she wasn't on the radio either. So let's get past that.
Well, then I have one last statement. The TWU has been working without a raise since January of 2007. We have been working without a contract since December 31st, 2007. Negotiations and mediation are to no avail, yet we continue to come to work and keep doing our jobs, making this town run. This town that 74% of the employees that live here and pay the same taxes as do all other residents. This union would never ask its members to strike, sick out, or slow down. We would never, ever, would be put in jeopardy the services and safety of the residents of this town. Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you.
Mayor? Mayor? I'd like,
I'd like to give her a hand, too. I thought she did a nice job.
I'd like to...
Ms. Schlegel,
I'd
if
just
you'd like to address anything.
Yeah, certainly I would. Ms. Zito had asked about the 2 weeks. I believe, she said if everybody gave up 2 weeks' pay, right? I'm guessing that it probably would work. I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I don't want to say. The problem is, just so that you understand, and I know you will, contractually, I don't have the power to have everyone give up 2 weeks' pay. That would have to be voluntary. Like the furloughs are a little bit different because it's actually like a layoff and a callback, which I have the power to do. I don't have the power to ask every employee to give up the 2 weeks. It would have to be a voluntary give back of everyone, all unions, because I don't have that power. Just so you know, it's an excellent suggestion. Now, I want to go on the record and say that it's an excellent suggestion. But, right, absolutely. But I don't have that power as the manager to go through all the unions and enforce that. I don't have that power. But voluntarily, if all 4 unions and the unclassifieds agreed for the 2 weeks' pay, which I could do for the unclassifieds, obviously, but like I said, they'd have to all agree. Well, I think that's an excellent idea, by the way. So that was good. Regarding the recycling, on February 10th of this year, I actually spoke with the recycling coordinator from DPW, who put together the economic benefits of a municipal-operated recycling. So we are going to be looking into that, okay, because we may realize a significant savings. The problem is that with the recycling contract and getting that moving along, unfortunately, that's not going to have an impact immediately.
The recycling contract, from what I know to be
Ms. Zito?
No, I know you're going to say, can be
Okay.
canceled with...
Hold on.
yeah.
Ms. Zito, if you need to speak again for a moment, I need you to come back up, because it has to be on record.
Well, I can, yeah,
okay.
and... But I
This is
just,
going back.
I want the governing body and the people in the audience to know that this was actually brought up. I did get a report, I have it actually here up on my email, that, and it was February 10th, that we're going to be looking into that exact,
Of us doing it
of us
in-house?
doing it in-house. And if we
Well,
can
there's-
do that and realize that savings, obviously, we're going to take that avenue, because we're looking for every avenue, and I appreciate you again bringing that up, and we can certainly talk more on that matter.
We're 3.5 years into a 5-year contract. According to the local public purchasing laws, okay, NJSA a contract can be canceled with 30 days written notice to the vendor with proof of negative experience. And everything that I've dumped on your desk is negative experience.
Is that 2007, 8, and 9?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Hey, that is something very constructive that,
No, but Ms. Zito is correct, and that is an option that we're looking at. So that's another great suggestion.
Absolutely.
But I want you to know that we've already started that process.
okay.
And really, I can't speak to the paver, to be honest with you. I don't know that
That was way
information.
before your time, Mr. Schlegel.
But I will certainly, any suggestions that come, please, like, we will definitely look into that. And I'll look into it this weekend and get back to you. Because any way that you can find, listen, nobody wants this. So I think that's clear. So if we can, certainly if we can find enough money to keep everybody working, that's certainly what we want to do. So, and anybody that has a suggestion. And I just want to make that clear to everybody that's in the room and that's watching Channel 77. If you have a suggestion, don't keep it a secret. I mean, we want to hear constructive, good suggestions to help us through this economic crisis. And we will certainly look into any suggestion that there is out there. But I appreciate it because I think you came up with some really good constructive ideas.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could just ask Mr. Schlegel a question, since we're on this.
Go ahead,
topic.
Councilman Howell.
Mr. Schlegel, you gave me a report here, and Mrs. Zito brought up the point about the 12 weeks versus the 4 weeks versus the 2 weeks, and we've read things that have been posted by people, and I just want to let everybody understand that 98, according to the paperwork you gave me, 98% of all of the Teamsters members, as well as the unclassified, are getting the 2-week furloughs, but they're taking them in increments of 1 day. They'll be given those days back without pay. Is that correct?
Yes, the Teamsters are taking 4 weeks.
Correct.
And the majority of the department heads they're not taking it in 2-week increments. They're taking a day here, to make up. So they're not collecting the unemployment.
Right.
Because they're trying to, keep their offices working. It's going to be tough, keeping efficiency going, obviously. And so they've agreed that they'll take theirs a day at a time and not collect unemployment.
And according to this, the average member of the Teamsters Union will actually be losing $5,708 in salary,
That's correct.
and they will not be collecting the unemployment because they'll be taking them in
That's
1-day
correct.
increments.
That's correct.
And the average unclassified will be losing $3,396, and again, 98% of those folks are not going to be collecting unemployment. They're just giving the days back
That's correct.
without salary. And, the manager will actually be giving back $4,556 and not taking the unemployment.
That's
Will be
correct.
giving the days back. Okay?
Well, I'll actually be working and just,
All right, you'll
Not
be
getting
working,
paid.
you'll
Right.
be giving back those 2 weeks
right.
to the town for nothing, for free.
She's not getting time off.
Okay?
Next is John Shuchernick.
Mr. Mayor, unless Ms. Zito has anything else, she said everything I have to say.
Maybe it'd be nice to hear it in your voice, sir. You seem calm, you seem like a good guy. Okay. Jerry Jankowski?
Same goes for me, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, sir. Eileen Turner? Okay.
She did a good job.
Matt Flick? Okay. Ken Sherman, just Ken, when you come up, I don't mind, just limit it to away from the dogs and cats. We'll talk about that when the ordinance comes up. Ken Sherman?
Sure. I have a suggestion. Do I have to talk to him?
Sure, you have to come up.
Okay.
Name and address, please.
My name's Ken Sherman. I live at 250 Kent Road in Howell. I just have a quick suggestion for you guys. we pay people to take our leaves away right now. I don't know how much money is involved in taking them away. We cart them. But we got the manpower, the machinery, and the township has the land. We can recycle those leaves ourselves, turn them into topsoil, heap them up, and let anybody take the topsoil who needs it. Give it away to the people who live in town.
Again, Mayor, if I could speak to Mr. Sherman. I had a conversation with Mr. Nunziato, 2 weeks ago, or not even, about a week and a half ago. And we actually may have identified a piece of property that we can do exactly what Mr. Sherman said. We have a piece of property that we're looking into the possibility of leasing to a farmer who's adjacent to that property, and part of that would be exactly what you're saying, that our leaves would be there and we would save that money. So another great suggestion. We just had the discussion, we just identified a piece of property, and we're going to see how that works out. But thank you very much.
Sure, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sherman. Anything else?
Just the dogs.
We'll be on that later on. Elaine Taylor, would you wait? Ms. Taylor? Would you wait till later with the dogs? Thank you. Evan Keats. Thank you very much. Chris Michelson? You good, Chris?
Yeah, we'd like to speak together. I have the union attorney with me, and we'd like to be able to come up and speak as a team.
I don't know. Do we have any policy on speaking in pairs? It's okay. Why don't you come up now, both of you?
Thank you.
Your name, sir?
Jeffrey Kachese.
Okay, no problem. Ken Sherman wants to speak later. What do we do for you, gentlemen?
And just for the record, Jeffrey Kachese from O'Brien, Bell, and Bashinsky. I'm here on behalf of the union, Transport Workers Union.
Okay, you got to speak up and make sure you speak into the mic, please, so they pick it up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's not me. It's
Okay.
be picked up on the broadcast.
Chris Michelson, president of Local 225 Branch 4. Our offices are located in Brick, New Jersey.
No problem. Okay, gentlemen.
Once again, we're before you today to ask you to look at all the options and all the things that we've talked about here today to try to find the money in the budget to stop the furloughs and also, of course, to not have layoffs. All those are great ideas, and I hope they'll save money, and also to look into the escrow accounts and things like that we talked about last week. And we're going to be at the budget hearings to bring up all these ideas and to go through the process with you, and hopefully we can find the money. However we can work with you guys to stop these furloughs and or to make them more equitable. That's what we're here for. And that's another thing we would ask. Could you make them more equitable, or could we even stop these furloughs right now? And as it looks like there may be a possibility that we're going to save money.
When you say more equitable, I mean,
well, 12 weeks versus 4 weeks and 2 weeks. That kind of thing.
Okay.
All right. Where we're doing 12 and non-union is doing 2 weeks and Teamsters are doing 4 weeks. One of the major contentions is the 12, 4, and 2 week furlough. How unfair it is.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'm kind of getting lost on the how unfair it is part.
Well, because
I understand the number 1242.
Okay,
yeah,
but
all right.
Because the dollar numbers are almost the same. Somebody who's making $110,000 a year, losing 2 weeks of pay, is actually losing $248 less than somebody making an average. The TWU average salary is $51,270. They're losing $48.24. The manager on her own is losing 45, 56. So
Hold
is
on,
that-
whoa, all right.
Come on, folks.
Come on. Everybody, there are different ways to look at equitable. Equitable in time, I believe, what Mr. Michelson is talking about. Okay, there's an equitable in time, there's an equitable in dollars. I mean, that's why I asked him exactly what does he mean by equitable.
Because it's equitable.
Okay, so there are different ways to look at it. Okay, and folks, don't think this governing body feels good about having you furloughed one day. It doesn't. Okay, it doesn't. But I'll tell you what I do feel good about, that the governing body and the manager and the department heads came up with something that kept every one of you employed with your job and your benefits. Because there are no jobs out there. We all know that in this economy. So I'm very proud of that, okay? I may not be happy 100% with what's going on, but I am very proud that every one of you is still gainfully employed with benefits and pension, because a lot of places in New Jersey and all over the United States, that's not the case anymore, okay? And you're a very good workforce. I really have no complaints with you at all. I run into different people from working Howell Township, you know, in different walks of life, whether it be on ball fields, supermarkets, the Wawa, who knows where. And you're a very good workforce. But you also know these are tough economic times. So we're trying to do the best we can with a very, very difficult economy. It would have been very easy to just haul off and lay off 30 people and let them go. Okay? Didn't want that. Nobody up here on this governing body, nor the manager, wanted to see that occur. I didn't want to have one person who works for Howell Township out trying to look for a job in this economy. There are no jobs out there. Okay? So we're trying to do the best we can with a very difficult situation. And no matter what it is, people have different reasons why. Okay? People have different myths why, different takes on it. The bottom line at the end of the day, it's a rough economy. Companies all over the United States do not have enough revenue to keep on going on the way they have. Go.
With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, council people, the issue I have, you're claiming this is equitable.
Ooh, I didn't say nothing of the sort.
Yeah, we
I
didn't
said
say
there's
it
different
was
ways to look at equitable.
You're
Did I
saying,
not say there's different ways to look at equitable? Okay.
Councilman Howell did say equitable.
Okay.
Correct, you are saying it's equitable based on money. But how is the same amount of money coming from, excuse me, a person who makes $100,000 and a person who makes $50,000 equitable? That isn't fair. That isn't equitable. The weeks off is not equitable.
The time isn't equitable, that's a fact.
But I'm not clear. I'm still not understanding and why the transport workers are getting hit the hardest.
I can answer that question. I can answer that question. Unfortunately, you know, I was not given the afforded the opportunity to look at each individual employee on an individual basis, and I had to look at the global picture. All right, it's not as simple as saying everybody's equal and everybody's going to have the 12 weeks off. I have to look at, and everybody has a different opinion, as the mayor said, and looks at it in a different way. But I had to look at it on a global scale, running the town, what was best for the efficiency, and that's what I had to look at. All right, and unfortunately, this is the way that it came out, and that the 12 weeks for the TWU, the 4 weeks for the department heads, I mean, obviously, to provide to the citizens, all right, this is the way it had to work. I had to analyze the operations of the organization, and this is the way it came out. It's not a simple thing like, oh, we'll just make it equal and everybody's off. It doesn't work like that. You need to look at the operation. You need to look at running the town. I mean, what you're saying is like equitable means everybody, for example, like all the police officers should have been off 12 weeks. That's not reality. Okay, you can't look at things that way. I had to analyze the structure, the operations of the town, and servicing the residents. And this is the best way to do it. Is it equitable in time off? No. Is it equitable in money? Pretty darn close. Okay? Yes, it is.
Okay, whoa.
Well,
whoa.
the facts are the
There's
facts,
different
okay?
numbers.
The facts are the facts, okay?
Please.
The numbers are the numbers, it's not my opinion, okay? But that's just the way it is, okay? We had to look at the operation of the town and analyze it and make the decisions based on that. I will tell you, I mean, you know, you would have taken 100% hit on the layoff, okay?
That's the alternative, that stack
Okay, Mike.
of pink envelopes.
What we tried to do here was instead of 100% of the burden being placed on the TWU, that we shared it, probably the first time in history, across every single body. Okay? That's the fact.
One of the inequitable things that, maybe you didn't think about it was that our 12 weeks puts our members holidays where somebody's only getting 4 weeks, they're not maybe going to miss those holidays. Then there's a proration of our sick time and our vacation time that's happening here also. Somebody is at the top of the scale and it has 4 weeks or so vacation coming to them. There's like 5 or 6 days they're going to be losing on vacation because of prorating. I mean, we filed a grievance over that situation, but because we don't agree with that. But those are some of the maybe unintended consequences, for the time inequitableness.
Listen, and I don't want to belabor the point here,
But you're gonna,
but I'm absolutely going to.
okay?
You're suggesting, and
Well, I'm
not you, Mr. Mayor.
okay.
The township
You
manager,
watch?
the township
Please.
manager is suggesting that there was this analysis done to determine who should get more time. But then in the same breath, she's saying that the numbers are equal. So great, you got the numbers equal, but the time, these people are the ones getting hit harder. These are the ones who make
Absolutely.
this money.
Absolutely, they are getting hit harder. There's no question about that. Just like they would be
simply
hit.
isn't fair.
They would be hit the hardest in a layoff.
Yeah,
And that wouldn't be fair either.
Well,
I mean,
you have,
you're-
obviously, we're not going to discuss it.
Yeah.
You filed an unfair labor practice, so we have litigation pending. It is inappropriate to have these discussions in this chamber. We're going to be talking about it. We have a meeting set up with our attorney. You filed a lawsuit. So we probably should wait and see how that plays
We have
out.
a
See how it
meeting
goes.
Monday, right?
To be,
I believe we have a meeting Monday with
Monday
our
morning.
labor attorney.
well, you're right. We didn't file a lawsuit. We filed a charge.
I'm sorry, I'm
But-
sorry, unfair labor.
I don't see why it's inappropriate to discuss it here. I mean, I think this is the perfect forum to discuss it.
it's, that may be your opinion, but you did file a lawsuit. We do have to deal with the lawsuit.
It's an unfair labor
Unfair
charge with the
labor
public
charge.
employees.
I think an unfair labor practice is like a lawsuit. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Councilwoman Dolan, you wanted to say something? Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry. Lost my train of thought there.
I'll direct this question to our council, and you can tell me whether I can ask it and whether or not it can be answered. But I'd just like to know, and I know I can't survey the audience really, but what's more fair? And maybe the 30 people most recently hired, if we ask them what they would prefer, the furlough or the alternative, which are those pink envelopes, what's more fair?
All right, listen, everybody.
It's not a, it's not a secret that the majority prefer not having layoffs.
Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Listen, we all know. What we all know in this economy, everybody is happier keeping their job than losing it. Let's not play semantics with anybody. I really... Sir, I mean no offense.
Those are mine,
Mr. Crawford,
sir.
please, you'll have your chance. I mean no offense, but I'm sure my mother-in-law works in the legal profession. They don't start laying off the attorneys and then the secretaries. That's just how it works in the legal profession also. I mean, the attorneys are the last ones to go, not the first ones to go. And I don't want to get into it. I mean, I understand your job. I understand your job. Try to understand our job. And I relish every single idea that somebody can come up with to help us save money and shorten the furloughs.
Do you think,
Mrs. Zito came up with that idea about the recyclables. I think it's a great idea. I'd like to see it looked into, and I'd like to see it acted upon, if it's feasible, as soon as possible. Okay? That's me. I'm only allowed to have opinions up here. A governing body makes decisions.
do you think that it's possible that the furloughs may be able to be postponed if a number of these ideas could be put into effect, like in a month or
Well,
next month
what I
or
can
so?
tell you, what I can tell you this is they won't be postponed. We've already started.
Right.
Actually, people are on furloughs already.
Right.
Okay? But what I can tell you is that, and I think we've made this statement before, I actually believe the mayor has made this statement, that this is the worst-case scenario. I mean, and I know we've discussed this. I discussed this with Mr. Michelson and Ms. Zito, that if we find a savings, that it will decrease the furlough time. I mean, this is the worst-case scenario. I mean, I believe I even gave you a letter regarding that fact, and so we are looking to reduce it. We don't want to keep it at 12
Our budget
weeks,
meetings
but
start next Wednesday
right,
night.
the 23rd, I
Is it
believe.
next Wednesday? The
Whatever,
23rd?
25th, February 25th.
Okay, so they
So,
are
I
the
mean, obviously, if we
25th.
find money, then we're going to decrease the furlough time.
So the budget hearing is the 25th?
The start of them. The
Right,
start of them,
right,
sir.
the first one is the
There's,
25th.
I would say that there's no way, I've been up here now, this is my fourth year.
It takes
The
months.
budgets
yeah, I
have
know.
taken anywhere from 2 to 4 meetings, 5 meetings. I think there'll be more trimming than anything, so I would
time do
expect
they
the budget
start?
meeting would go quick when there's not extra revenue.
What time do they start?
I believe it's 6:30
6:30?
6:30, yeah.
Yeah, 6:30 on Wednesday.
on the 25th, right.
So I just want to make sure we're clear.
Clear.
As far as the amount of time for layoffs for the transport workers, 12 weeks is the maximum, that's the ceiling, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there is always the option of reducing that.
Absolutely. And I want to tell you, not only, I mean, is it an option, we're working hard to reduce that. So I want that clear, and I've made that clear, I know to Mr. Michelson and Ms. Zio, we are working hard to reduce that. That is worst-case scenario. That's why I say, any of these suggestions that work out,
Any word on any of the stimulus money?
not yet.
Getting here yet? Nothing,
No.
no word. I
And-
hope you get
well-
$1 million.
Well, no, I would hope that,
I'm
I don't know if the
praying every
stimulus is
day
going to work
for the
down
$1
to
million.
state aid, but, I mean, to municipal aid, but certainly if it does, if it works down to municipal aid,
We all got our fingers crossed.
right, that's another good thing.
Well, we're going to have to deliberate some very tough things. I mean, what's going to happen if we get mandated that we can't put all the money into the pension fund by the governor? I mean, if we do not put that money to the side, okay, in 2012, we will pay in a major league way in this town, okay? I'm not going to...
He may make it mandatory, right?
Well, if he makes it mandatory, it doesn't mean you have to spend the money.
Well, no, but
There's a
he-
difference between having to send the money in and spending the money. If we spend that money in 2012 and 13, this town could be in a whole lot of trouble. And some other towns are going to do it, okay? But that's on them. I mean, to me, that wouldn't be fiscally responsible, okay? So, but, we don't know all of what's going to happen. And some of the ideas that have been mentioned and tossed around the last month and a half, the governing body's spoken about them individually. I've spoken about them with the manager. Some of them are good ideas. Some of them we already came up with. I'm glad other people think they're nice ideas. I mean, we're trying to figure out any possible way to save money and shorten the furloughs. Give us help. I mean, I love the idea of everybody giving up 2 weeks' pay. I'm fine with that. I'd give up my pay. Everybody give up 2 weeks' pay, I'd give up mine. Okay? I mean, you know, one of my things was everyone needs to be in this. It's an economic crisis out there in the United States. We are on an economic crossroad. We have seen business models of major corporations, our Social Security, and what's going on in our pension system. And we all know they're broke. We all know they're broke. Anybody who doesn't think they're broke, rethink it. They're all broke, okay? Eventually it'll come to a head. So,
Is that an alternative, that 2 weeks, is that an alternative that could be put out in letter form or something like that to everybody?
I don't have an issue with that.
Because,
Just to tell you also, I think the governor is going to come out with something on March 10th. I think that's when he has his, like, speech or budget or whatever it is. I think he delayed it to March 10th because he was waiting for the stimulus package to come out. So now that the president has signed that, I believe the governor put his off to March 10th. So it is also a possibility that we would hear something then regarding any state aid.
okay. Anything else from you?
Can I ask, Mrs. Schlegel, are you allowed to, you're not allowed to ask those unions to have across the board, everyone gives back
No,
voluntarily?
I can't.
You can't even ask it, right?
No, I believe I can bring them in and ask them. I can't, yeah, I can make that suggestion, but I can't enforce it.
right, it has to be voluntary, everybody.
Voluntary.
Yeah.
I mean, we know we have insurance issues. I mean, well, we know there's different ways, but there's also contracts that are existing that you have to honor. That's the law, okay? So, but come up with any ideas that are feasible to save money. If we save money, I can almost guarantee you this without asking everybody up here, they'd be glad to shorten the furloughs if we could find ways to save the money. But we're gonna need help. It's no joy out there. And yous all know it. Okay, so.
All right, I do have to ask one more question, because it's been alluded to by the deputy mayor about layoffs in these pink envelopes. So
No, there's no layoffs. There's absolutely, let me make it clear, there's absolutely no layoffs.
Zero.
Sorry, I see pink, I think pink.
Yeah, there's zero layoffs. This was a decision that was made when the furloughs were done, was for not one employee to lose their job, their benefits, and their pension. It was a decision that was made then. Okay?
And I think we've written a document to the TWU to that effect.
I believe you did.
Okay.
I just
No,
like I said,
that,
heard
absolutely not.
big tickets and layoffs, and
No.
I obviously was a little concerned.
No, not at all.
What I said was the alternative.
Maybe I misheard you, and I apologize if I did, but
I mean, there's many alternatives.
I heard.
There's many alternatives. In my company, at one time, I went to 4-day work week. At other times, I went to 30-hour work weeks. One time, I went to 15% pay cuts. I mean, there's many alternatives, okay? I already learned from my first time dabbling my toe into union negotiations. It's not the same as owning a company. So my first time at dabbling my toe into union negotiations will be the last time I dabble into union negotiations. It's much easier owning a company and saying, what would you all like to do? And then making a decision from there. It doesn't exactly work that way. So, but I have a lot of respect for what you do. God bless you doing your jobs. Anything else before I call up other people?
On that money issue, I know that if you look at some of the higher titled members of the TWU and you calculate out what 12 weeks of loss of pay is, and reimbursement of, say, the max on unemployment is like $8,000 on the 12 weeks, they're going to still be losing like $6,000.
12 weeks of unemployment at $560.
$584 a week, if you make over $50,600.
Yeah, we just did it on the averages.
Yeah, so I mean, there are members that you know, a foreman and administrative people and such, assistant foremen that are, you know, making up there, and there are going to be a few of them that are going to be taking $5,000 and $6,000 cuts, even with the maximum reimbursement. So.
Yeah. Okay.
And will the township council, when we come to an agreement for the 3 years of 5%, will you pass the tentative agreement? Anything else?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you
Thank you,
very
John.
much. I appreciate it.
Donna Belton? Okay. Betsy Ryan? The next ones are all for the dog ordinances. Sherry Ramsey already said, Gina Roth gave up her time already. Excuse me?
No, talk about someone else.
Gina Roth already gave up her time already. Yes, Sherry Ramsey's for the pet ordinance. Well, there's still a few more people, so let me go. Christina St. Pierre? Or St. Pierre?
Good evening. My name's Christina St. Pierre. I live at 15 Lake Spark Lane in Jackson. I'm a Howell Township employee. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but just as far as the fairness of the 12 weeks, that hurts. It hurts. And I like the idea of the 2 weeks pay, and I know you can't ask, but if we were to voluntarily, can we put that idea out to all the employees and see if everyone would?
I think what Mrs. Schlegel said, Mayor, it would have to be all 4 unions.
All 4.
All 4.
Can't hurt to ask.
Absolutely.
Absolutely, I will get that out,
Okay.
and then I'll let you know.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Denise Della. Sure. I don't know how to.
Name's Denise Delachiai. I live at 68 Larrabee Boulevard in Howell and work for Howell Township. I just want to give you an idea when you talk about these 12 weeks,
I can't hear you.
how it affects different people at different levels, and you're talking about the unemployment amount. Most people aren't even hitting that amount that are working here. So taking 12 weeks pay from somebody that isn't even hitting 50,000, maybe he's not hitting 40, isn't even in 30,000. They're losing homes. They're having a problem taking care of their families. I mean, this is a big thing. People are losing everything that they've worked for. We don't want layoffs. And I'm happy that you're trying to find a way around that. But it's the same thing, this is what the problem is, why everybody's so upset. You take 12 weeks from a family who has children, you're destroying them. And I understand you're in a spot, but I want you to understand that the spot that we're in also. I mean, I know people, myself included, the house is gone. I have my daughter to take care of and myself, and it's very difficult, and it's not happening. So when you're saying it's equal,
Well, I said they were equal in different ways.
okay, it's affecting everyone extremely differently. Someone else losing $4,000 or $5,000 a year goes in the bucket. Doesn't really affect them. You make somebody who's making $30,000, $40,000, and I know I'm losing a lot more than $4,000 or $5,000 this year. It comes to a lot more than that. It is. I sat down, figured out, we're not getting the top $563 for unemployment. I know somebody in this room that's only getting $360 a week. So I want you to know that I know it's figures when you sit down and it's money, but you also have to realize that this is the reason why everybody is so upset is because they're having a hard time getting through every day with their family. And it's not that they're giving up going out to dinner a week. They're losing things that they need, that they work for, that are gone.
Well, I want
There's
to
no
tell you
choice.
this, and I want to assure you this. We are doing everything we can do to find a way to lessen those furloughs. This is the worst-case scenario. So I don't know, really, you need to believe that, because we are really, like I said, we had great suggestions tonight. We'll try to speed up the process. But there is nothing more, and I think I can speak also on behalf of the governing body, there is nothing more that we would rather do than be able to come out tomorrow and say, you know, we can cut the furloughs in half, or you know, we can reduce them by some, whatever. Well, we can, whatever. This is the worst-case scenario. So we are doing everything we can in a bad situation. And like I said, we're going to hold on to the fact that, and I know you understand this, that everybody's being employed, and we don't have to beat that to death, because I agree. We all know that, we all remember that. But we also all have to work towards trying to make this better. And I just want you to know, though, that we are doing everything we can to try to do that. Every day, we're looking for something else.
And just so you know, and this, I've spoken about this with Ms. Schlegel. The governing body hasn't spoken about it up here yet. But it will totally be my recommendation, if we were able to shorten the furloughs, it'll be from the longest. It won't be the ones with 2-week furlough, we cut them out first so they have no furloughs. It'll be totally my recommendation to cut the ones with 12-week furloughs down first. Okay? So,
And I
every bit of savings,
assure you of that.
yeah, every bit of savings does make a difference.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, sir, it does.
it's not going to, I would like to see it to where it wasn't, well, we made the 4 weeks, 3 weeks, the 2 weeks, 1 week, and the 12 weeks, 11. Okay? Because believe me, I understand. When I sat down with Schlegel about this, it was only 1990, I was living in my mother-in-law's attic, because I had just been laid off of a job, owed me thousands of dollars, and the previous one I went bankrupt. I had one child, my wife was in college, and I was living in my mother-in-law's attic. And that was only 18 years ago. And when we sat down and talked about this, some of the feelings came back like it was yesterday. Okay, I'm not in that situation today, no, I don't want to tell you I am. Okay? But I sure remember what it was like. Okay? So, we will do everything we can. It is pretty personal.
Yes.
I do take Howell Township pretty personal. I really do. I take living here pretty personal.
Not only that, I mean, being employed here, I've been here for 9 years. I take my job very seriously. And right now, it's going to be a mess in there, too. I know that.
Well,
but it just feels like everything's a disaster right now.
everybody needs to rise above it. You're a great workforce, and truthfully, the citizens of Howell Township need you to continue to be. We're going to do the best we can with the money aspect of it. Okay?
Okay.
But, I mean, this is all over.
I know
Okay?
that.
This is all over. I mean, if it was an isolated incident of Hal, I mean, I'd be blaming it on the past administration. No, I wouldn't be. You haven't heard me say that once. Okay? Listen, I believe our charge up here is to deal and try to solve with the problems that are in front of us today. Not pass the buck and point fingers.
No, we have to fix it
Okay?
now.
It's
I
what
know
it
that.
is. Okay? I'm not going to pass the buck and point fingers.
Okay.
All right? We'll do the best we can, and really, it will take strongly into consideration, especially the ones that are getting laid off to 12 weeks. Mr. Michelson's right. It is the little guy that's getting hurt the worst. And I don't mean to say that they're
And
little in
not
my
even-
eyes, but it's the lower end people that are getting hurt the worst. Okay?
And it's at work and through money also.
God bless.
Thank you.
I have some more about the dogs, animals. Noreen Kelly about the Board of Ed. Wearing that Kelly green. Just looking as spry as ever, Miss Kelly.
She's still ramped up from their Lincoln Day dinner.
Yeah.
Name and
I
address,
just
please.
hope, my name is Noreen Kelly, I live in the Villages, and I just hope that all the employees here tonight pay attention to the Board of Education election that's coming up March 10th, because that's where the money in this town is being spent. It is not in this room. You guys do the best you can, and you have for years. It's the Board of Education that is putting the burden on the taxpayers of Howell. My question tonight is to you, Mr. Howell. I was on the Better Howell page,
Yes, Mrs. Kelly?
and you posed the question on it that said, be it resolved that there will be raised $3,699,635 if waiver is approved. $5,829,989 if waiver is not approved, in addition to the allowable annual tax levy increase commencing with the 2009-10 school year and thereafter. Maybe I'm mixed up, but the way I read it is, if I go into the voting booth and I say I don't want to approve this $3,699, then I'm automatically approving the $5,000.
No, Mrs. Kelly, and the resolution that you're referencing, I took from the Board of Ed's website, and the meeting that they're having tomorrow night, I gather, to vote on whether or not they're going to have this special election, they're leaving that number open to find out if they get that waiver before the March 10th election. One way or the other, they're looking to soak the taxpayer for another
Well,
$3.6
definitely,
million at a minimum.
Well, they only approached asking for the special election date maybe 2.5 weeks ago.
They actually had a meeting January 7th.
Yeah, I know they had a lot of meetings, but they didn't come to us.
Right.
Okay, I'm on the election board, and they didn't come until very late. Today, unfortunately, is the last day that you could register to vote for the Board of Education.
Right.
So, didn't give you, anybody, the public, much time to decide to get out and register in
That's
case you
not like
weren't.
the Board of Ed to try to hide things. Mrs.
No,
Kelly.
I can't understand why
Stop.
they would
You
do
wouldn't
such a thing, because they're always so open. You know, like having their meetings on the cable. They're very open, but they're trying to ram down our throats another million or 2 or 3 or 5 if they can get it. And the last thing, I met somebody over the weekend that is from Freehold Borough, and the person I spoke to said that the Freehold Borough Board of Education met privately with the Howell Township Board of Education quite recently and asked if they could possibly rent Ardena School from them, from Howell, because now the state is mandating the low income to have 2nd or 3 and 4-year-olds in a full day of school prior to coming up very shortly, and the Howell School Board turned them down. So I think the Howell School Board is pretty well sure they're going to keep them 2 schools open. And it would save us a whole lot of money if we closed 2 schools. Think of all the administrators and all the teachers that would, I mean, they'd be looking for jobs, but they're going to have to. It's time. It's very difficult to lose your job, but it's time now that we have to cut back. And now is the time, and I hope all the taxpayers in Howell get out there. And that's one of the reasons I'm here tonight. I don't normally come anymore, but I came because the Board of Education doesn't go on the television. And the only audience the Board of Education has are union contracted teachers, and maybe 1 or 2 other people. They're all teachers, they're all there for their buck, and it's time to have it on television, and that's why I came tonight to speak out. I'll probably get a couple of death notices in the mail, but that's the way it goes. Thank you for this evening.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kelly.
Ken Coffey. Mr. Coffey? Can you state your name and address, please, for the record?
Ken Coffey, Hampton Road, Howell. I've got probably a dozen things to go through here, but probably won't have time. So I want to focus on this furlough plan. I hear a lot talking. I read a lot in the paper. I'm told not to believe everything I read in the paper.
Sure.
I see stuff on a bulletin board. Mr. Howell posts some stuff which I accept as 100% correct because he knows what's going on. But I look at the press release, I listen to the statement that was read by the manager, and I have no idea what the hell's going on with this plan.
What would you like to know, sir?
I want to know the deal. Sorry.
Okay.
I want to know who's being furloughed, what positions, what the dollar value is, how long it's going to be, because, for example, I read in the paper that.
Well, hold on. Why don't we just answer that?
Okay, let me finish.
Well, can we? All right. Go ahead.
No, good.
Go ahead. You got 5 minutes. Go ahead. I'm thinking we'd answer some of your questions, since you have so many. Wouldn't you rather have the answers?
Well, I'm just focusing on this one.
Okay.
I'll do the others some other way.
Okay. Who's getting laid off for how long?
What?
Let's answer the question.
Okay. I'm not taking notes. Can we have some type of
There's no official document.
I'm asking, can we have some type of an official document that lets the taxpayers know exactly what's going on? That's all.
I
don't have one, but
Okay.
if you want one generated, that's
There isn't one at the
fine.
moment. I mean, a lot of stuff has went back and forth with the unions. The union heads all know.
But we don't know.
Well, generally on
should we-
personnel matters, we don't always get it out to the public, and if you would like to
Listen-
know, I can tell you, but we do things every single day that we don't generate a document. Like if we call in a unions for something, or there's no document generated. Like
Nope.
it's
You don't keep minutes to, so you can
absolutely
go
not.
back and.
No, we do not.
Oh, so you bury it.
No, it's not buried,
Well,
absolutely
if you,
not.
if you have no
Minutes
documentation.
to what? I don't
if
take
you-
minutes in my office.
If you have a
for-
meeting, somebody must, in business, every time I've had a meeting, somebody would write it down and put it in a file and say, this is what we said on this day, and this is what we agreed to, and this is the day it was going to get done by. If we don't have that, how do you run a business? How do you run a town?
The manager's office has been fielding a lot of Oprah requests, so if you would like to Oprah a list of all the employees,
I did.
did you get that?
I just sent it in today.
So you just sent in an Oprah
But,
request?
that's the other thing. Everybody's hiding, I shouldn't say, let me
Whoa,
rephrase,
come on,
because
Coffey.
the mayor will take offense.
Yeah,
People-
come on, man.
People hide behind the Oprah request.
We have to comply
If
with
you
Oprah
ask for information, the answer that you get, not the answer that you're looking for, is put in an Oprah request and pay for it.
But we have to comply with those requests. They're state regulated.
In terms of,
So if there's something you've opened, and you've not received in, I believe it's 7 business days?
no, I'm not complaining about that.
Oh, okay.
That's not my
So-
complaint. My issue is information, I like
Information.
to have information specifically about the furlough plan. That's
You know,
all.
Maybe ask Mr. Michelson if he'll allow you in on negotiations. I don't know what to
That's-
say. I mean, no,
Who's
it's not.
Mr. Michelson?
The head of the union.
What union?
I
Is
mean-
is it only his union that's being furloughed?
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. We're not in on the negotiations. When
it's
Mr.
got-
Hagel sits down with the unions, we're not there.
Listen, it's not about negotiations, it's about this press release where the only thing we have here that I can calculate is a whoop-de-doo $4,000 and 1% givebacks. Where's the rest of the money coming from?
$4,000 and 1% givebacks. I don't know what you're talking about.
You want me to read it?
I would love to hear what you're
It says,
talking about.
additionally, the mayor and council have enacted cost reduction measures in the contract renewals of the chief of police and the township manager.
Okay, hold on.
Requ-
All right, let's stop
What's
there.
before that
Yeah,
part?
let's stop
You're
there.
starting at the end. You're picking and choosing, so
No.
why don't you read the whole
Yeah.
thing?
I am.
That was the beginning?
Yeah, additionally.
Additionally to what?
Two significant challenges.
No, but are you picking out a couple statements, or are you reading the whole press release?
No.
You're only
If-
picking out what you want to read, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Or
if
am I
you-
misunderstanding you?
You're misunderstanding.
Oh, okay.
And you're not listening. Because what I'm saying is I'm trying to find out some dollar.
Talk for 5 minutes, go ahead.
I'm sorry?
We'll listen now for 5 minutes. Okay, so just
No,
say whatever
I
you
don't
want.
need 5 minutes. I'm just saying that I'm trying to find out what the dollar amounts are attributable to the furlough plan. And what I'm saying is that the only area where you can kind of calculate a dollar amount is where the press release says, additionally, the mayor and council have enacted cost reduction measures in the contract renewals of the chief of police and the township manager that requires base pay give back towards benefits. I think Mr. Howell had come up with a number 1%. I accept that. Yeah, we came up with some dollar figures. I worked them. Yeah, so I'm saying a whoop-de-doo, $4,000 is all I can come up with. You know, I'm sure you spill that kind of money in a month.
Who?
You know, you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a lot of money. $4,000.
It's an awful lot of money.
Where's the rest of the money, is what I'm saying. What is the rest of the money
What do you,
for the furlough plan?
I would be glad to try to answer you a little bit if I knew what you were asking.
Well-
There's different, okay.
Let me tell you.
There were different,
I can answer that.
okay, there's different
It's-
types of...
it's in-
Mr.
it's-
Coffey, Mr. Coffey, there's different weeks for the amount of time people are going to be furloughed. The maximum, a plan has been drawn up. Some workers, it's 12 weeks, some workers, it's 4, some workers, it's 2. There's also been some other suggestions brought up that may shorten those furloughs, may alter those furloughs, okay? There's much more to the equation than give me a definitive. If you wanted me to tomorrow, I'll take an hour out of my day,
Okay.
and I will figure out every number to the penny and tell you every single worker how much it is going to save Howell Township, how much unemployment they're going to get, and what is going to be the net combined at the end. I will take an hour out of my day tomorrow if you'd like.
Thank you. That's what I want.
Okay?
Mr. Mayor, you can't create the document.
Who?
You can't create a document.
He said the
No, I
document,
can
he said,
play- I can play
he
the
said the
numbers.
plan was developed.
Yeah, I can play.
Yeah, okay.
I'm good
No,
with numbers. I'm a banker.
I know you are.
I'm pretty good with numbers. It would take me about an hour to tell you how much under this plan from public documents is going to be saved.
Very
Now,
good.
we don't know that this plan is etched in stone.
Okay.
Okay? There were some other things suggested tonight. There's some other things the governing body is going to discuss during budget hearings that may shorten the furloughs. There are other things that we may cut. Okay? In fact, I can guarantee you there's other things that we are going to cut. All right? Because there's not enough money out there. So, will I do that if you'd like? I will take an hour out of my day tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay? I'll be glad to. I
Okay.
will give you my office phone number and my cell number. Please feel free to call me after 2:30. I'll have the numbers done for you.
Very good. Thank you.
God bless you.
And in reference, in reference to, you know, if I could give you what I want, I sent an email to everybody, so, you know, it's there.
God bless you.
Thank you.
I'll take care of that tomorrow.
Can I just, for the record, if you want information, there's a form that you fill out, and you have to write down what information you want. And it's certainly, unless it's subject to an exemption under Oprah, we've turned over thousands of pages of documents within the last 2 weeks.
I understand.
No, I don't think anybody's trying to hide anything. It's very easy to comply with the request that is clear. You would like a list of all the employees that are being furloughed. I would like a list of the name of all the employees, their salaries.
No.
It's not something that's not subject to disclosure. We're willing to turn it over. You simply have to comply with the requirements that we have to comply with. We certainly just can't turn over random information to you without complying with the state guidelines.
Okay.
Next, is Joe DeBella here? Or did somebody just write down Mayor DeBella's name?
Wow.
I was chatting with him Sunday night. I thought he had some good stuff to offer this evening. Maybe he's going to yell at me or something. Barbara Dixell. Then we have one more, John Costigan. Okay. Vince, would you like to be put on for a moment? Absolutely, sir. Mrs. Smith, absolutely. Let's just, everybody try to keep it to a minimum right now, because we are going to have a lengthy night after this. But no problem. I put you down, Mrs. Smith. You're welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, Barbara Dixell, the Village of Howell Township. I wish you all well in this crisis. My heart's with everybody. I wish everybody well. I hope that everything just comes out okay. For everybody. We're in bad times.
You're something special, Mrs. Dixell.
I just, really, my heart just goes out to everybody. I have a couple of questions I need to ask, that some different things, so I just need to, I try to just go real fast. The Board of Education. Okay, I'm going to try and do that as quickly as I can. When I was liaison and going to a lot of the meetings, and about the last year's increase, okay, per the Board of Ed, the president of the Board of Ed, we are not about cuts. They asked for $5 million in waivers. They got 3, which gave them the ability to go above the cap and hit the taxpayers for more money. Correct, Mr. Howell? That's correct. They hit the taxpayers for more money. So we're not about anything. We want money. We don't give a damn who you are, what you are. We want money, and it's on our backs. And so the Howell Board of Ed has to get real. They have to close, if they have to close the 2 schools, they have to close them. Our enrollment is dropping. It was, the demographer last time made a mistake. They did it around 8,000. Well, the actual numbers are in the early 7,000s, correct? It's down to the early 7,000s, and it's going lower. So our enrollment is dropping. I don't know where they come up with that they're going to do anything holy and ungodly and unholy to every one of us to keep those schools open, no matter what it takes, no matter how much of our taxes, whether we can eat, pay our rent, and do anything else we have to do, they don't care. They're above the law. They're autonomous, and they think they are, can do what, just a minute. Now, the schools are half empty. Memorial Middle School is half empty. Why don't they sell it? Why don't they rent it? Why don't they do something with it? The school has empty classrooms, lots of them. Now, okay, that's another thing. Can the Board of Education, we can't get involved with the Board of Ed, right? They're autonomous and...
You know we cannot address
I
that
know
unless
that
the budget gets defeated.
A doesn't, okay, now they want this special election. We have to get the people in this town out to go vote it down. However, last school election, how they got it passed, and they were told, I understand by, I think, I can't mention the people here, but they were told not to do it again. Okay, they had a gimmick, and the gimmick was every school in the district had a school day where every class had a presentation. Every parent was in school on election day. That's how they got the budget passed last time, by several hundred votes. And don't think they're not going to pull the same crap again. Not for 1 minute, don't think they're not going to pull the same crap again.
Don't forget kindergarten orientations were held that day, too.
Okay, but they did. That's how they got the budget passed. They had a district-wide, every school, every class thing, and every parent was there. That's how they passed it.
Calm down, Barbara.
Listen, listen, these days I'm not too rational anyway, and I have a reason for it. Okay, I need to ask also about the trees. I did give you the picture. Now remember, I did ask the last time I was here. Okay, I have been complaining. I never said cut the trees down. I said trim them, because it's covering...
You did trim them, Barbara.
Yes, they did. And it was covering a sidewalk. with grass that was there. However, I went into Exxon, when I saw what happened, I went into the Exxon station with my camera, and I took my camera that day, and the personnel on the Exxon station told me a Howell Township truck came, and they said they have a letter signed by a mayor giving them permission to cut the trees. I still want an answer to that.
There was, Ms. Dixell, I will tell you 100% that no mayor that I know signed any letter to
Okay.
take down trees.
Find out from
I
the...
was at the Ivy League one night, though, pretty late.
There was no official letter from the mayor.
Okay, then go into Exxon. I'm suggesting that somebody here go into Exxon, speak to them, and find out who in your whatever told the people at Exxon that and discipline that employee.
I think that's a good job for Mr. Nunziato.
Somebody, if a Howell Township, hold on.
Nunziato was otherwise engaged.
Hold on, if a Howell Township employee is acting out of the requirements of his job, telling Exxon that they have permission, a signed letter from the governing body and a mayor to go decimate the trees and decimate the area and dig up a sidewalk that we've been saying is covered by grass, and all we wanted was it to be cleared and trimmed, then that employee needs to be dealt with.
No,
and I want those trees replaced.
Ms. Dixell, first off,
come on.
I don't think it's fair that we necessarily believe the employee at Exxon. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
come on,
that's
Paul.
number one.
I was in there. Okay.
No, but he may have told you that, but I think to assume that the Exxon employee was giving you correct information is definitely not a great assumption.
Find out what happened, and please replace the trees.
Actually, our township attorney will go over and check it out.
We'll look into it. I'm in that Exxon
Okay.
office. And we'll see about maybe replace, we have money in the shade tree fund, we have that beautiful report.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, Mrs.
Thank you.
Dixell,
What
very
channel
much.
is Grandview going to broadcast on for the villages?
I don't have that information.
But I know you said they were going to.
Yes, they are, but they have not told us that they're up and running yet.
Mrs.
As
Dixell,
soon as they
thank you very
do, we
much.
will make an announcement.
All right, thank you very much, but
I'll call you, actually.
people in this town have to really vote the school board budget down.
Thank
Any
you
which
very
way they can, they have to get out, especially if they have another day like they had last time, when they have every parent in the buildings.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dixell.
I'll see you at the Board Ed meeting tomorrow night, Paul.
I'll see you there, Barbara.
We'll try. We'll try.
John Costigan first, Ms. Larry, please. Mr. Costigan?
Thank you,
Name and
Mr.
address,
Mayor
please.
and council, for entertainment my presence. And I apologize, I think I pushed in front of Mr. Luria and Mrs.
okay.
Smith, and, but anyway, Mrs. Kelly and Mrs. Dixell, I didn't know they were going to bring this up, but I'm so happy they did. I have cut out an article on probably a day or two ago in the Asbury Park Press, vote on funds to keep schools open, same thing. Voters will be asked to approve $3.7 to $5.8 million addition. They've said it all, there's no sense in my beating a dead horse. Main thing is, if we can clone Mrs. Zito, and we get 2 or 3 more Mrs. Zitos, she'll not only balance your budget, she'll give you a surplus. You know, she did a really good job tonight. Anyway, pardon?
She did.
She did.
Yeah, I agree, she really did. The other thing is, I know we're going to discuss the farmland preservation monies, and I don't see Mr. Filiaccio here, so I'm probably thinking that maybe we'll wait a while. Okay, that's good, no
Good
problem.
assumption, Mr. Costigan.
Here's the good news. You got 2 nice, intelligent attorneys, both dressed in black, flanking you to protect you, and that's a good thing.
I feel secure, this helps a little bit, too.
I felt that, mister. You need more than that. It's not that, you know, it's kind of soft. Too many nights at the, you know.
Good Lord.
Mr. Larry? Thank you, Mr. Costigan. You can go home now.
Hi, Vince Lariah, 56C in the Villages. I want to follow up on Mr. Howell's comments on the whatever the gimmick is on the Board of Ed budget increase. What is that going to mean to me? in order for me to vote, what is 5 million, 7 million going to mean to my tax? And that's what we ought to be hearing.
They're going to, I believe they used a dollar figure. If they get everything approved, it'll cost $180 per household with a median
310?
$310,000 or $320,000 valued home. It would cost like $180, everything they wanted to be increased. Because you have to remember, 72% of our taxes, 72% of the tax you pay goes to the school.
Okay.
72%. So that was, I believe that's the dollar figure they used, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Okay?
Yep.
I was at the last meeting, and they went through a big slide projection about 2 weeks ago. It was very informative, so. Mrs. Smith, how you feeling?
Just fine, thank you.
Good to see you.
There'll be days when you won't mean that.
Now, Mrs. Smith, it's always good to see you.
Pauline Smith, 54 Vanderveer Road, Howell. Firstly, I'd like to do something I haven't heard yet tonight. I'd like to thank everybody for trying very hard in making what can be made of a situation that none of us did anything to cause, but we're going to have to live with it. And I know Mr. Schlegel well enough and watched her over the years in all capacities working for this township. I believe she's working really hard, and she might be, without accusing anyone, the only one in the mix who's remembering the low salary workers. I'm sure she is, and I have faith in her.
Thank you.
I think that was a little bit of an insult, but that's okay.
I didn't mean it to be an insult. I said it's because I know her well. I don't know everybody well.
It's okay, Mrs. Smith.
And I'd like to comment on the conversation back and forth about equitable. It isn't equitable when you are in a higher salary, God bless all of you that are, range, and you give up, and I'm just going to pick arbitrary numbers to try to get the point across. If you're making $120,000 a year and you give up $2,000, it isn't the same as someone who's making $35,000 or $40,000 a year giving up $2,000.
No question.
It's the the higher one might be you give up dinner out, and the lower one is there's no food on the table. So we must all remember that. And I thank the employees, and as usual, Howell Township pulls together. Again, it's not an insult or an indictment against any of you up there, but I've lived my whole life around here, 65 years. I've seen it several times. I've heard about from my parents and grandparents the Great Depression. Howell Township has pulled together and come out okay, and I look to you guys to pull in with us and be part of us. And I don't know anyone out there in the public sector who hasn't given up hours, hasn't had a pay cut, or worst of all, lost their jobs. So everybody has got to pull together. And we taxpayers, we people who are served by all of you people, lovely people, thank you, have got to do with less. So I'll speak to the people who are out there in the other side of the television. We've been successful getting through hard times here in Howell Township, Monmouth County, New Jersey, because we did for ourselves. Don't depend on the employees to do the extra things. Take care of your neighbor. Don't depend on public service. Take care of each other. Do your own business. Take care of your own leaves. All those extra things. I heard Mr. Howell say, and I understand where it comes from, it's not a criticism, about doing more with less. I think the answer is doing less with less. We have to do less with less for a while. We have to give up the niceties and worry about the necessities. And I would ask you, after asking our employees to give up hours, wages, part of their pay, their livelihood, not to do extra things. Get out of the business of building ball fields. Kids can play, and we provide the area. We don't have to build things. They don't have to have lights. They don't have to have irrigation. And I have one thing that nobody is going to like, but it's a suggestion that I know will save hundreds of thousands of dollars. We've done it before, and when it comes to budget time, I'm going to harass you. When it comes to whatever you want to call it, a trash bulk kind of pickup that we provide the service for all of our citizens, I'm not saying cut out the service, but let the person, the individual, pay for the tipping fees. I resent paying for everybody else's tipping fees. That shouldn't come out of the tax dollars when times are this rough.
Mayor, that's been 5 minutes.
And I'm the only one that was reminded it was 5 minutes. That's okay.
Don't say a
But-
word, Mrs. Smith.
That's a good suggestion. I think if you'll check with Jeff, you'll find that that's a very high number. And some people take advantage of it. I see it myself. And some people in necessity just call once. But I'm not suggesting we cut the service, but whatever it costs, and I'll gladly, if we need something, to get rid of something, I'll gladly pay the bill. Those types of things, when people start to see what it cost when it comes out of their individual pocket, maybe they'll remember the collective pocket, and we have to make do less with less. Thank you, and good luck to everybody.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you,
I
Mrs.
appreciate
Smith.
it.
Being as we went past the hour, I'll ask anybody else if they'd like to speak during the public comment. Anybody else? Close the public comments. I think we need to take a break for a little bit before we go into more work. Everybody, break for 5 minutes. Can you motion for someone?
So moved, Mayor.
I second.
All right, let's take a break. All right, we're going to reopen the meeting. We'll go to consent agenda items. Would any member of the public like to speak about the consent agenda items? Consent agenda. There. Yeah, you're not there yet. Let's just get some stuff done before we get after it. No, I figured you did, Barbara. Jerry!
Where is Jerry? I think Jerry left. No, there he's hiding.
She wants some body piercing?
Mrs. Dixon, come on up, ma'am. State your name and address again.
Okay. The 3rd of February was a snowstorm, and we didn't get out. Okay, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. In other words, they're saying action taken. I don't know what it was, so can you just please
Sorry,
elaborate
yo.
on what it was?
I don't know.
I don't know what they were either, Barbara. That was...
It says
2 weeks
action
ago.
taken on 2309. I
Right,
don't know
but-
what it was that you voted on.
I couldn't tell you right now either.
Ms. King, can you tell us what we did?
And we
Ms.
can't
Slagle?
reverse it.
Sure.
Are you going to ask the same thing about 19, 20, and 21, Barbara?
19, no, I know something, I don't have that. I don't have that page, I don't like that. Yeah, whatever, I guess I don't have that page. So, yeah, whatever you guys voted on the 3rd of yeah, I just would like to know what it was, because with the snowstorm, we weren't here.
Mrs. Dixon, I don't know how to break this to you, but government must move on whether or not you can make it or not.
Oh, I understand that, I agree with you, but I'm just curious as to what you voted on.
We don't have that paperwork.
I have it, I have it. What was it, 10, 11, and 12, is that what you said?
10, 11, 12, 13.
Ms.
and there
Dixell
was-
is out.
Yeah, and there was 19, I guess that page is,
Okay, 9B10 was memorialized action taken by the Township Council to authorize removal of certain conditions imposed on the Hungry Quail liquor
I
license.
remember that, okay.
11 was performance guarantee for the Learning Center, Learning Experience Daycare Center. 12 was the execution of a municipal services agreement between the Township of Howell and Surrey Downs. And 13 was the release of a maintenance guarantee for CJS Investments Cedar Glen.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Dixon. Anybody else? Members of the council? Mr. Coffey? State your name and address
Ken
again,
Coffey,
please.
Hampton Road. I want to finish up on this, no, really, what I want to understand is, when you say consent agenda items.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out when I should come up here. You say consent agenda items, which is 7A and 7A1, just those?
No, we're going into the back right now into the resolutions. 9B, 1,
But is that public hearing on ordinances?
no, we'll do that next. We're just
Okay.
doing a little house cleaning right here before we get into the ordinances.
Okay.
Little house cleaning, and sometimes a member of the public will ask a question about this release, or maybe ask about,
Okay, as an example, I wanted to hear about this tattoo thing.
we will be
Would you
talking
do
about
that
that
later?
discussion.
Thank you.
Mr. Coffey, just for your own knowledge, that the consent agenda items are the 9B item.
Okay,
So we're doing
The ones
9,
marked for the after.
With the asterisk.
I got you.
all right, and we will be adding 9B26, which is the award of a contract to CME
That's correct, Mayor.
for the Bottom Park phases 2 through 5.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody from the council on 9B 1 through 7? Anybody want a separate vote or anything they'd like to say?
No, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to address the town manager or a member. Someone approached me about 9B5 and 9B6 concerning a question about the authorized preliminary water approval as well as the authorized preliminary sewer approval for the Wilma Greethan Block 19 Laramie Boulevard. And I just wanted to, there was a question about that posed to me, and I just wanted to put on the record, that is not for the approval of actual sewer, correct? And maybe Mr. Nunziata would be the appropriate person
Mr.
to-
Nunziata will answer that.
I actually spoke to that same gentleman
Okay.
earlier, but under the rules and regulations of our utility department, the council actually has to do a preliminary water and sewer, and basically, for your and the newer council people, what it really just says is whether there's absence or presence of sewer. In this case, preliminary, you're looking at the sewer, there is none, so you're going to go to Monmouth County for the septic. Similarly with the water, there is
Yes.
none, so you're going to go, you can put a well in. It's not saying that we're going to extend the sewer or extend the water.
And that's actually one thing I did know, but but I just want to make sure that when there was a question raised in the public, that was addressed, that there's not going to be a line to that location. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Anybody else on 9B 1 through 7? 9B 8 through 16? Nine B 17 through 25. And we are adding on 9B 26, which I had already stated.
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. Do we want to add in 9C 1 and 2? And unless anybody has anything, I would like us to put off to a later date, 9C 3 and 4, unless somebody, well, let's just make them separate, and if anybody would like them to be voted on tonight, they can. So, at the moment, I'd like to, member of the council, entertain a motion.
I'll move those, Mr. Mayor.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Woolman?
And that is adding on the additional resolution 9B26, is that correct in that
Yes, I had
motion?
already put that in there.
Roll call, Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mrs. Dalton?
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yes.
Mr. Memolo?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. As far as 9C3 and 9C4, does anybody have any nominations right now, or do we need to put this off till a later date? Any recommendations from a member of the council?
Mr. Mayor, I think we, if, to the extent we can, I think it's always helpful for the chair of that committee to put in their input, so maybe we can reach out to see if there's nobody else who's put their name in. Maybe she can drum up some interest.
Ms. Slager, would you reach out to the chairperson of each committee?
Yes, sir.
Maybe put it on for the next meeting, and we'll see. Okay,
Shade tree.
so they're put off.
I do know, just for the record, that the chairman of the Shade Tree Committee is here, and I'm wondering if maybe you should just at least accept that resignation, but maybe we can, if you'd like to, we can ask her. It's up to the governing body.
Kathy Keesler?
Yes, she is.
Would you like to come up, please?
Hi, I'm Kathy McKee from the Shade Tree Commission. I don't have anyone right now, but we do have a meeting tomorrow night, and I can ask our members if there's someone that they can recommend who's interested. We have a couple of master gardeners with our group, and they might know of someone else.
Okay, and will you get
So-
back to Mrs. Schlegel and let us know?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, we'll get it on for the following meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McKay.
Right.
Okay, 9C4, you'll take care of that also. Okay. We need to open up for discussion. 7A1, it's proposed ordinance to regulate tattoos, body art piercing. Anybody like to open up the discussion here?
Mr. Mayor?
Deputy Mayor Dalton.
I think we should go ahead and make sure that we have a regulation in place that brings us in accordance with what state requirements are. I know tattoo and body piercing parlors are pretty regulated, and they probably wouldn't take the liability on if they're legitimate of doing those things without permission of parents. I do note, I think in Section B of the proposed ordinance, it says a person who pierces or tattoos a person under 18 years of age shall be prosecuted in accordance with local ordinance. I think it should probably say a person who pierces or tattoos a person under 18 years of age without the permission of the parent or legal guardian. But that was the only thing I saw that I would think might need to be changed to the ordinance that is on for discussion.
Our barrister?
I'll make the amendment.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I could ask Ms. Kingdon a question. Does the state regulation allow for the piercing or tattooing of an individual under 18 even with parental consent? I don't believe it does.
No.
So having that language,
No, if you have parental consent, you can.
okay. I wasn't aware of that.
One mother told me I had to wait till I was 50. Anybody else for the governing body?
No.
Clark?
No, thank you.
Councilmember?
Nothing.
Mr. Coffey, would you like to say something? Do I need to reopen this back up into the public?
I guess I'm
We
being...
usually don't have anybody speak at this, but go ahead.
Thanks. Give me a break. I'm the pain in the ass today. Anyway, I had asked when we were going to discuss the tattoo thing, just nosy. And this lady read something from a proposed ordinance. No?
Deputy Mayor Dalton?
Yes, it's on for discussion, for the council to discuss whether we want, it's not actually, I mean, it's just a...
No, she read something from a proposed ordinance, is all I'm saying. Is that out here for us?
No,
Okay.
it's, I don't believe it.
Open up
Right.
7A to the public.
Yes. Now, we decide whether or not, go back, it'll be noticed.
Okay.
Okay, it'll be in the papers, it'll go up on the board, it'll go on the website, correct, Ms. Slagle?
Yes, sir, I'm checking right now, actually.
Mr. Mayor, what is Mr. Coffey's concern with it?
I don't have any concern because I don't have it. I just wanted, I thought that the deputy mayor, thank God you got name tags up there, the deputy mayor read something, like some verbiage from an ordinance or a proposed ordinance. And I was looking through my pack to kind of follow along, and I didn't find anything. And I was just asking, are we supposed to have that document that she was reading from? That's all.
We get information that we look at, we make suggestions to the manager, to the attorney, and then it gets posted, it gets advertised, and then
It'll be posted as a
It'll actually be, it will actually be on the website when you go to, it'll be, when it gets on the agenda now for the ordinance, the actual paperwork, the backup will be on the website.
I'll let you slide this time.
Thanks, appreciate it. I owe you one.
It's all right. Anything else? We're good?
We're good.
All right. Let's go to unfinished business. 8A1 is a lease agreement with Howell Police Athletic League. I need to read the statement. Let me find it. Ordinance number 0-09-1, introduced and passed on first reading on 1/2009 and published according to law, is now being taken up for further consideration and public hearing. Affidavit of publication of this ordinance in the Asbury Park Press issue of 1/2309 is submitted and is noted that a copy of the ordinance has been posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building, and the copies were available to the general public upon request. Clerk, to read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Howell, Monmouth County, authorizing the leasing of real property in the Township of Howell pursuant to NJSA 40A:12-13.
I'd like to open the meeting to the public. Anybody would like to discuss this? Nobody? Close the meeting to the public, to be nobody else present. Public hearing on the ordinance is closed. Anybody from the council would like to make a motion, like to discuss it?
May I make a motion that ordinance number 0-09-1 be finally passed and adopted, and that notice of its passage and adoption be published in the February 2009 issue of the Asbury Park Press by reference to its title only.
Second.
Second from Deputy Mayor Dalton. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mrs. Dalton?
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yes.
Mr. Memolo?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. Let's go to 8A2. Ordinance number 0-09-2, introduced and passed on first reading on 1/2009 and published. According to law, is now being taken up for further consideration and public hearing. Affidavit of publication of this ordinance in the Asbury Park Press issue of 1/2309 is submitted and is noted that a copy of the ordinance has been posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building, and that copies were available to the general public upon request. Need the clerk to read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance setting forth and adopting a salary range schedule for the salaries for certain officers and employees of the Township of Howell.
All right, I'd like to open the meeting now to the public. Anybody would like to discuss this ordinance? State your name and address, please. For
Sandra Solly, Birdsall Road, Farmingdale. I just wanted to ask about this. Has this been changed in any way? It says grant coordinator and assistant DPW. Is that still on as it's stated?
Is it still on as it is stated? To the best of my knowledge, has there been any alterations since we introduced it?
No, sir.
Okay.
I thought you said 2 weeks ago that the grant coordinator was going to do it for nothing.
Doesn't mean we don't have to put the ordinance in place.
So then when would the minimum range go into effect?
The minimum range will remain there. There are other jobs that we have ranges of salaries where nobody's in those positions. But the ranges of salaries still exist.
Well, if there's no money for much of anything, I don't understand why this is here.
The governing body has spoken in the past of considering hiring a grant coordinator. At this time, Ms. Schlegel's going to do it and not get paid for it, but it doesn't mean we won't go outside. I've thrown out before that it would be, I believe, this is just me, I would love to have a grant coordinator where we gave them a percentage of the money that they received. I think it would go a long way to incenting somebody to search real hard and work real hard to get this township more grants
Well, there
from the
was
state and federal government.
There was a woman a couple of years ago that,
That was on a straight salary of $36,000,
Right.
whether they delivered or not.
exactly.
I don't believe that incents somebody like it would incent somebody if we were allowed to give them a percentage of what we received in the grant.
Now-
But there are some other difficulties, so you know, that come into play.
Right.
Where when you apply for a grant, the money has to be used for exactly what you apply for the grant for.
Right.
So the incentive money would have to come from the general fund.
That's correct.
So it's a little bit more complicated than applying for a grant and then not using the money for exactly what you say. So, but it is something I've thrown out in the past, I still think we should do. So, but
So you're saying right now, it's $0.
right now, we will not be paying a grant coordinator. That is correct.
And when that starts to happen, do we get told that? Does the public get told?
No. It will be in the budget, it will be in, I mean, we have to allocate the money. So will the public be told? Yes, when we do the budget, we must allocate money for a position. We can't just, in October, say we're going to start paying money. The money had to have been allocated in the budget.
Now, the Assistant DPW Director, is that a position that is currently, is that what you were talking about, being filled? Or is
It
that
is.
something that's going to be done?
It is already somebody currently working there. They're just changing job title. What is the job title, Ms. Schlegel, of the person that now will be taking the assistant?
Mechanical plant supervisor.
Okay?
And their salary range?
I believe
It's the six,
yeah. I believe their salary range is what their salary range is now.
that's correct.
All right.
It's just a technicality as far as,
It's a union position and it's a set salary. You can't, no one can change it
All right, so it's just a change of
without
title.
negotiation. Yes, ma'am.
All right, now, these other things, following positions are deleted. Does anybody hold these positions? Community Alliance, Community Intervention, Deputy Township Manager, Director of Public Safety, Environmental Enforcement. I believe that position is held by somebody.
what position?
Environmental Enforcement?
I do not believe that is correct.
No, it's within another title, but it's not this particular one. It's in the salary ordinance.
And we eliminated the stipend for $20,000 for the deputy township manager.
Right.
We eliminated that
So you're saying there
7, 8 weeks ago.
there might be an environmental enforcement officer, but that's not this position, and
That's correct.
if you eliminate that position and someone is holding it, does that mean that the stipend stays or goes?
No, this stipend, no, they're eliminating this position along with the stipend.
All right, now, is there a general supervisor?
No, there isn't.
How about supervisory program coordinator?
No, there is not.
Media training with someone that has already been removed from the
Right.
media
None
center?
of the positions in the salary ordinance are currently held by anyone.
And secretary to the mayor, there was a woman who held that position.
That duty has been rolled into a current job description, so there's no additional stipend for that.
I was going to say, I want to know where that secretary is.
Well, that's what I was curious about.
Yeah.
If you're going to eliminate the job, is the stipend that was being paid being eliminated? That's what I want to know.
Yes,
Okay, and then deputy tax assessor, that's gone too?
right.
And we will never need a deputy tax assessor?
Not going there. You never know where a municipality goes.
Well, I'm just
Okay?
asking.
No, but that's not a...
I'm just asking.
We don't have a crystal ball. I mean, who's to say 4, 5, 6 years from now, we may not need a deputy tax assessor.
Did we ever have a Community Alliance Prevention Ed Specialist? Was that ever a position that
Yes, it
somebody...
was.
Yes, it was.
Is that when they...
It was under the Division of Youth and Family Services.
was.
So that was from then? And it
Yes,
doesn't have
ma'am.
anything to do with the Drug Alliance program?
No.
Okay,
No.
that's good, thank you.
Mrs. Dixell. Jerry, it's getting late, Jerry.
It's all right. After Friday, you're not going to see me for a while.
Yes, I will. I'll stop by your house if I have to.
All right. Okay, as far as you're saying that at some point in the future, you know, the township may need a grant person. From my years here, I can tell you, don't bother. Helene Schlegel is the grant king and queen of Howell, and she knows how, when, and where to get the grants, and they're always successful. I don't think anyone's going to compare to Helene, ever.
Very nice.
No.
Thank
I've heard
you.
Dennis Schlegel say that, but
No, I really can, you know, before you even think of hiring anybody ever in the future to go out and get grants for this township, please, Helene has them beat by a mile. Thank you.
I know. Thank you, Ms. Dixell.
You know it's true.
Mr. Dixon, would you like to comment about me?
No, Barbara,
You're a sweetheart. I think you're doing a wonderful job, and I think you ought to keep it up and keep going and keep the township viable, and that's it.
Jerry.
Thank you, Mrs. Dixon. Anybody else in the public? Mrs. McKee.
Kathy McKee, 35 Merrick Road. I just want to jump into this fray about the grants coordinator because it's something that's bothered me for a long time. I'm with you, you know, your idea. I think we definitely need a grants coordinator. I think that people who don't think so don't realize how incredibly complicated and time-consuming it is to apply for one single grant. We've applied for a couple of them through the Shade Tree Commission, and it just goes on and on and on. You're back and forth with the state or whoever's giving the grant. It's just incredible, and I can't imagine that Helene would have the time to do that, but that's just me.
She does it now at home at night.
Thank you, Mrs. McKee.
Ask Dennis.
Helene wrote that.
As long as she didn't do it on township time, it's okay, Mrs. Dixon. Anybody else in the public? I'd like to close the public portion of the meeting. Council, anybody like to talk about this?
No, Mr. Mayor, I would make a motion the ordinance number 0-09-2 be finally passed and adopted, and that notice of its passage and adoption be published in the February 20th, 2009 issue of the Asbury Park Press by reference to its title only.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Do I have a roll call?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mrs. Dalton?
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yep.
Mr. Memolo?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. 883. How should we address this, being as we know it needs to be altered?
We're going to vote no.
You need to vote this down, Mayor, and in its place, you're going to introduce 9A1.
In its place,
When we get
we're going to
When
introduce...
we get there, when we
Okay.
get to the
Make the
9As.
motion to vote.
Let me find 883 here. All right.
Read the statement. just vote.
Ordinance number 0-09-3, introduced and passed on first reading on 1/2009 and published according to law, is now being taken up for further consideration of public hearing. Affidavit of publication of this ordinance, the Asbury Park Press issue of 1/2309 is submitted and is noted that a copy of the ordinance has been posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building, and the copies are available to the general public upon request. This one, will you please read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Howell, County of Monmouth, State of New Jersey, amending the definition provisions within ordinance number 0-08-48, establishing certain escrows for professional fees associated with municipal review of proposed developments which include affordable housing components.
Okay. Need to open it to the public. Anybody like to speak about this? Going once. Going twice. Gone. Need a counselor? Anybody for the council like to speak about the ordinance? Someone to make a motion?
To vote it down, no.
May I make a motion that ordinance number 0-09-5 be finally passed and adopted, and that notice of its passage and adoption be published in a February 2009 issue of the Asbury Park Press by reference to its title only.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second, and then a
Then
no
vote
vote.
no.
Okay. Vote it
Second.
down.
I need a second.
All right, I'll second it.
Can I have a roll call?
Mrs. Clark?
No.
Mrs. Dalton?
No.
Mr. Howell?
No.
Mr. Memolo?
No.
Mayor Walsh?
No.
Okay.
Can I just make a point of information?
Ooh, feel free.
It seems to me every time we do this, shouldn't it just be, I mean, the whole idea is that we can't just table it because we have to have an opportunity for public hearing and a vote. So why isn't the motion after the public hearing and discussion, motion that we not pass this? Instead of motioning that we pass it, because I mean, that's...
You're correct. You could have made a motion.
Okay.
Could have made a motion to, at the beginning, to vote it down. Absolutely, you're absolutely correct.
It's okay.
Live and
I
learn.
just, you know,
No,
I think you said 00095.
My house is 05, 03.
Thank you.
May I'll amend the motion. I was actually one ahead because I didn't figure we were going to have to go through the reading of the motion.
yeah, we had to go
So
through.
it's 0-09-3.
Okay.
Okay, we need to do anything else with that, Ms. Woman, or is that okay?
No, that's fine.
Thank you kindly.
You're welcome.
884. Ordinance number 0-09-5, introduced and passed on first reading on 2309 and published according to law, is now being taken up for further consideration of public hearing. Affidavit of publication of this ordinance, the Asbury Park Press issue of 2609 is submitted as noted that a copy of the ordinance has been posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building. The copies are available to the general public upon request. Ms. Swanman, could you please read the title of the ordinance?
Ordinance amending Section 188 of the Code of the Township of Howell, reestablishing residential and non-residential development fees in conformance with the statewide Non-Residential Fee Act and COA's third-round regulations.
I'd like to open the meeting to the public. Anybody from the public like to speak about this? That shocks me, Mrs. Dixon. Come on up. Nope, not until you come up, state your name, address. Come on, you know the drill. And Jerry, warm up the car, Jerry.
Can you just explain who it's for, whether it's for developers or for people who are applying, or just explain what this ordinance says and does, because it's very unclear.
It establishes the I think it's 2% charge for the fee that you're able to charge to commercial buildings, developments. Before you weren't allowed to charge that fee.
We have to put the ordinance on the books so we're able to charge it.
They're charging the developer
Correct.
before they go to the planning board, is that when they file the application?
Correct.
Now, I believe the governor did pass something where they don't have
He
to pay
did.
the fee on commercial buildings this year.
So
So
is-
they kept the affordable housing obligation on the municipality, but let the builder
Right, it
off
was
from
a,
having to pay the fee.
it was a 2.5% on the non-residential, and the mayor's correct.
Actually, it was a freeze for 18 months.
Right.
So this goes into the escrow fund that all these developers have to
Correct.
put money into?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Dixon. And thank you for the kind words, Mrs. Slagle. Anybody else from the public? Like I'd like to close the public portion of the meeting. Anybody from the council, would you like to speak about this? Anything? Councilman Howell?
Mayor, I'm just annoyed that the governor still requires us to meet all of these COLA mandates, but allows the people who are supposed to pay for it to walk free.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I don't understand why the governor has put all these restraints on the towns and the economical and financial times that we have in our country and in the state and in our communities. And he's still pushing this issue where the affordable housing is being mandated. There should be some restrictions there, lighten the load a little bit for some of the residents and the taxpayers of the state, the town, and the community.
Because in its election year, Mr. Memolo.
Well, it's okay. He'll have some extra people with him.
That's an assumption. Councilwoman Clark?
I have nothing.
Deputy Mayor?
I think it's all been said already.
Yeah. I'll make an assumption with Mr. Howell. I just wanted to make it. No, I think it's a little ridiculous. I think they should have given relief all over the place instead of keeping the financial mandate on the communities, at the same time relieving the builders of the financial obligation. I can understand trying to give some tax relief to businesses also, because when businesses get tax relief, they're able to keep employees. And that's one of the toughest things in New Jersey right now is keeping employees. Being a business owner, I know you get taxed more and more and more by the state, and that lessens the amount of people you're allowed to keep employed. When there's only X amount of dollars that you have to work with, and the state takes more and more of it, you have less and less to put out towards whatever the infrastructure is of your company, the employees, or profit. So I can understand them giving some tax relief to the builders. I mean, we all know how important the building industry is to the overall economy. But to not turn around and give relief to the communities that have to build these homes, I don't think was correct at all. I think it was a gross injustice. I don't care if it's an election year or not. I think one of the things that should happen, and I know it won't, they should put term limits on politicians. Just put an end to it. So, thank you, Mrs. Dixon.
Jerry.
Thank you, Mrs. Dixon. No, my wife put a term limit on me. So, that's it, all right? Nothing else for the council? Need a council person to make a motion?
All right, Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion that ordinance number 0-09-5 be finally passed and adopted, and that the ordinance of its passage and adoption be published in the 2/2009 issue of the Asbury Park Press by reference to its title only.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second for Deputy Mayor Dalton. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mrs. Dalton?
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yeah.
Mr. Memolo?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. Now we're up to 885.
Where'd that one be?
That's an easy one.
Yeah.
Ordinance number 0-09-6, introduced and passed on first reading on 2/3/09 and published according to law, is now being taken up for further consideration and public hearing. Affidavit of publication of this ordinance in the Asbury Park Press issue of 2609 is submitted and is noted that a copy of the ordinance has been posted on the bulletin board of the municipal building, and the copies are available to the general public upon request. Ms. Wong, will you please read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance of the Township of Howell establishing regulations and permit requirements for the placement and use of charitable clothing bins throughout the township.
I'd like to open the meeting to the public. Anybody from the public like to just talk about this? Mr. Coffey. Mr. Coffey, don't be offended by this. Jerry, will you give Mr. Coffey a ride home with Barbara?
I'm actually here for Abe, but anyway. He's the one that put that, he put that thought in my mouth. Ken Coffey, Hampton Road. Anyway,
Saw that.
just a quick question. Are we going to inflict this $25 charge on the PAL and the police explorers? And if not, does it need to be excluded from here?
They will be,
Quickie.
they will be charged. This is for everyone.
I believe it must be unilateral across the board. There is no discrimination allowed. So it is across the board, correct?
That's correct.
Mayor, if I could ask a question of Mrs. Slagle, if you know the answer. Mr. Slagle, the bins that have the PAL stickers on them aren't generally owned by the PAL. They're owned by a company who donates a small percentage of the money that they generate from the clothes that are put in the bin
That's
to
correct.
the PAL.
That's correct.
The PAL doesn't own the bin.
Oh, I didn't.
Okay?
It's like the...
See,
a third
point
party.
at
And
the
I've
Wawa.
been putting all our clothes in there, and the
They get
the
sold to the
PAL is
PAL.
not getting it.
It doesn't go to the
Ter-
PAL kids.
Terrible.
If you'd like to give it to the PAL kids, give me
Either
a
way.
call, I'll tell you who to get a hold of.
Okay.
I'll give a lot of things to the
And,
PAL.
you know, just, browsing through this, I don't know if anybody cares, but, I noticed the penalty. It seems to be different than what I read, doesn't mean what I read is correct. That's all.
Did you read 20,000 before?
Correctamundo.
Well, if you saw the last meeting, I raised the issue, and council and I acknowledged that that was just a typo. So it was never meant to be 20,000. It's 2,000 is the maximum penalty we can charge.
Oh, okay. All I'm saying is I read this 209 and it has 20. The state. Plus I read Bernard's Township, reg, and they have 20. But I don't care,
Probably a
That's all.
typo on their
Just
part they didn't catch.
FYI, that's all.
Okay, because that would have been an amount above the state. So it could have been.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr.
astronomical.
Corby.
Okay.
Anybody else in the public? Are you just stretching or you raising your hand? Okay. Just checking on you back there. I'd like to close the public portion of the meeting. Anybody from the council? Anybody from the council have anything to say about this ordinance?
No, Mr. Mayor, I would make a motion that ordinance number 0-09-6 be finally passed and adopted, and the notice of its passage and adoption be published in the February 20th, 2009 issue of the Atlantic Press by reference to its title only.
Second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mrs. Dalton?
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yes.
Mr. Memolo?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. Should we go to 9A1 first to get it over with? No.
No, it's
8A6.
been waiting.
Ordinance numbers,
Mayor, before we go on, I just have to ask a question because Mr. Coffey just brought it up. Ms. Kingdon, in the backup that we got for the previous ordinance, it's PL 2007, Chapter 209, page 3, Section C 40:48-2.63. The penalties, according to the state law,
Are 20,000?
are subject to a
State.
penalty of up
Yeah,
to 20,000.
right.
So
It's
it
up
was
to 20.
20,000.
Yes, but ours...
Right, but
We lowered it to 2,000 from the state, although we're mirroring all of the rest of the state law.
Our local penalties for ordinance violations is $2,000.
Okay.
That's why.
I apologize to Bernard's Township if there's anybody that I offended in Bernard's Township. Okay? Thank you, Councilman. Ordinance number 0-09-6, introduced and passed on first reading on 2309 and published. Court of law is now being taken up for further consideration and public hearing. Affidavit of publication of this ordinance, the Asbury Park Press issue of 2609 is submitted, and noted a copy of the ordinance was posted on the bulletin board in the municipal building, and the copies were available to the general public upon request. Ms. Swan, will you please read the title of the ordinance?
Yeah, this is ordinance number 0-09-7, an ordinance amending Article 2, Chapter 57-4, entitled License and Registration Tag of the revised general ordinances of the Township of Howell.
I'd now like to open the meeting to the public. Anybody who would like to speak? Mr. Costigan? Oh, I will go back to the list. Can I have that list back, please, Mrs.
Yes.
Woman? There's also a list.
But also, just for the public, your name did not have to be on the list.
Yeah.
So you will get an opportunity.
But can we go by that list? Because
Sure.
Well, Mr. Costigan go, then I'll go to the list.
Okay. John Costigan, 214 Birdsall Road. I just have one thing I'm looking at, E. I'm confused because I see no person shall own harbor, et cetera, in any one residential structure within the township. And farms, as you know, I hit a lot of the farms. A lot of times, there's a lot of feral cats that hang out, and it's a benefit to the farm to keep rodent control. So someone like, you could have one dog in the house, you might have a bunch of feral cats out there doing their job. Is that going to be a problem when it comes to farm situations? As you may know, farms, through grain, hay, and other things, rats are there. Rats and rodents are there. Is that going to be a problem for farms? Is there something that should be done to?
Are they stray cats?
You know, I go to some farms. There's feral cats there. They get fed by the farmer because the other cats are there.
Then he's harboring them.
And that's the problem, because now you're limiting. I don't know if you're going to be able to do, I don't know if it's something that should be thought about. You know,
We'll discuss it. I mean, we'll discuss it, we'll take a vote. I'm sure many different things are going to come into consideration when we vote on this. And,
okay, well,
you know, is it going to make a negative impact in some people's eyes? However we vote, it will. It'll make a positive impact in some other people's eyes, and that's whichever way we vote. So,
but don't forget that you have a right to farm ordinance in this town and a state right to farm act. So I don't know that it's going to impact that. I don't know if that's going to come back and bite you. But
I don't. That I would ask.
They're not farm animals.
Yeah.
Right,
Well,
I
the
believe
cats and
cats and
dogs
dogs
aren't
are not
defined.
classified as farm animals.
I'm not saying they are,
Right,
but
but they
they're
would
there.
be
We're not talking
protected
about
by the
agricultural
farm.
animals. I can tell you what I know the definition of that. I've been up here quite often, but I don't know if the right to farm act nor the right to farm ordinance in this town takes into consideration non-agricultural livestock or animals. That's all I'm saying.
Deputy Mayor?
Well, do those, I mean, Mr. Costigan?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
The farm cats, those would be what I would consider farm cats?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? They police the rodent population
Yes.
on a farm?
Yes.
And they therefore keep the domesticated animals, the livestock animals, free of the burden of rodents? They eat the rats and the mice?
Well, when you're feeding farm animals, you always have grain someplace along the line. You always have hay, and it's not, you can clean it up every day, but the next day, someone's going to spill some, you know, and the horse spills some, or the sheep spill some all over the ground. So you're going to have you're going to have rodents, because they want to eat too. So a lot of times, the cats are there, they keep a barn clean, and it's fine if you have a small farm with a few animals and a few pieces of grain, and you have 1 or 2 or 3 cats. But if you got a large farm, like the Tulo farm, by the way, which was just preserved, it's 147 acres, there's 55 stalls or 155 stalls in that area. It's a lot of grain.
How many cats?
I don't know. I haven't, the many times that I've been to the Tulo farm, I wasn't looking for a head count on the cats, but I can surmise there's quite a few there. So
More than 5?
I would say more than 55. I'm exaggerating maybe, but I'm not so sure. Yes.
Mayor,
Depends how many litters there were this week.
well, Mayor, if I could, we already have an ordinance 57-11 pertaining to vaccination registration of cats, and we also have a law that no cat shall be, that it is already illegal in this town to have cats which are kept outside. And it was changed in 2007.
Whoa, keep it down, please.
The section is C2, unconfined cats. It has been determined that the presence of large numbers of cats on and around properties is inimical to the health and general welfare of the public, it shall be a violation to harbor, maintain, or feed unconfined cats. The purpose of this article is to prohibit residents from feeding, harboring, or maintaining unconfined cats on any properties out of doors within the Township of Howell. And any person found in violation of this article shall be subject to the penalties set forth in Chapter 1 General Provisions. And if you do have a cat that you feed once, you're required to have it vaccinated for rabies and continue to vaccinate it.
If you can catch it, Mr. Howell.
Right, but right now, it's actually against the law to have those farm cats.
Well, you know,
They're not protected by the right to farm.
it may be you want to
That's another
look a
law.
little closer at this particular ordinance, because I don't think it's going to stand the scrutiny of a, no, I'm not going to bring a court thing, but a court situation.
I think what we're trying to avoid, Mr. Costigan, is what just happened in Tom's River, where they walked into the woman's house and she had 83 cats.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not, listen, the ordinance is fine. It's probably meant, again, as I said before, another ordinance is, maybe it's more for a more urbanized or for a residential house with no, with a, whatever. But when you're talking about the farm, there's other situations that, unless you exclude them,
Well, we have, that other ordinance that's already on the books already addresses that you can't have unconfined cats. It's against the law.
well, you're going to find that a lot of farmers are going to disagree.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just pointing out to you that the ordinance that we're looking at this evening says that you can only have 5. We already have another ordinance that's not even being addressed that says you can't have them outside. So one really has nothing to do with the other one.
You know what? I can't stop a feral cat from going wherever they wish.
Right, but
And they
you know what?
travel different, they don't know property lines, they just go from place to
I
place.
understand that, but I think that the distinction being a feral cat is just a cat that roams from all over the place. Once you start taking care of it or provide it shelter or feed it, it's no longer considered a feral cat, it's considered an unconfined cat, and now it's your responsibility.
And I understand what you're saying, and I'm saying you may want to look at a farm situation differently, because it could come back to bite you. That's,
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay, I can't remember, but I think we talked about that issue when we passed the ordinance on the feral cats.
Yeah, it was in 2007.
Did I, Mrs. Smith, did I bring up that issue back then about farm cats? Yes, I did. And I think what we said at that time was we would see how it went, and if there was a problem, we would address it. Sounds like when we discuss this ordinance after the public, it's probably the right time for us to discuss those issues, because I absolutely see Mr. Costigan's point.
Oh, I agree with him, that cats are useful around the farm. I agree with him 100%.
And I'm going to start at the end of the list. No, I'm not. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. First one on the list, though, I do believe was Ken Sherman, if he's still here. He wanted to speak about the furlough and the dogs and cats.
Ken Sherman, 250 Kent Road. I bought my home. I pay my taxes. As long as there's no abuse or neglect of my animals, whose business is it that I can't keep the amount of animals I want to keep? They're not bothering anyone. They're clean. My yard is clean. Why is this happening?
Okay. Elaine Taylor. Not now?
Oh, my gosh. A debate.
We'll discuss it. Hold on. Most of the time, we'll sit back and listen, absorb what everybody has to say, and then we'll discuss it up here. Okay? I mean, you know, some of the reason we have public comment is because a a lot of good insight comes from the public you may not get from reading. Okay, so, you know, no offense, I got a lot of things I want to hear too. So, Elaine Taylor.
Elaine Taylor, Maxim Southard Road. I'm here tonight. I'm the secretary of the Southard Grange, and we are the patrons of husbandry. And our organization was founded in 1867. And for those of you that don't know what patrons of husbandry is, we are those people that care for animals, and we care for a lot of them. Some of us are farmers. Some of us are just citizens of the community, but we take care of animals. We farm and we grow things, but animals are our lives. And we need dogs and we need cats. We need dogs to control the rodent population as well as cats to control the rodent population. It's not just the rodents, it's the groundhogs, fox, raccoons, possums, rabbits, voles, moles, geese, deer. They have jobs. These animals have jobs, and it's very important that we have them, and we have enough of them to take care of the problems. And I can't stress that enough for the people in our rural community that need these animals. It is vital that we have them. There are shelters all over that are overcrowded. We all know that thousands of animals are being killed. People are losing their homes, and they're turning their animals into the shelters. There are a lot of people that are going to the shelters and taking these animals and helping the shelters place them. And people love animals. There are people that just adore animals. They relate to animals more than people. And if you start taking these animals away from them, it is just like taking their children away from them. It's a very unfair situation. You really have to think about that when you do this. It's like taking their part of their heart. It really is. I just want to follow my notes because I have so many thoughts. And these people are doing a community service. And it's very important that you know that what they're doing is a good thing. I think that the ordinance should be zone specific. I do think that the size of the property that you have could mandate the amount of animals that you have. If you have a smaller amount of land, you have less animals, less dogs and cats. I know that that's what we're talking about, is dogs and cats specifically. So it's important that you keep that in mind as well. I think that everyone should not be punished for the problems that 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 people have caused. You know, the people that have 80 animals in a house, okay, they're a problem. But you have organizations that go there and they take care of that problem. But if you start punishing people that are taking care of their animals and they're not a problem, there's no problem. And the animals are well cared for. You have to think about that as well. Don't punish everyone for the mistakes of 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. Because there are many that are doing good works. I don't think cats and dogs should be in the same ordinance. I just feel that they should be handled differently. Okay, that's just a point of view. I won't go into that. Financially, I think you'll lose a lot of money if you do decide to vote for this, because all of the licensing and everything of the animals, that people do license all their animals. And if they have to kill them, or I don't know what the heck they're going to do with them, that they're going to have to choose to, let's say someone has 8 animals, they're going to have to get rid of 3 of them, kill them or find homes for them or whatever. You're going to be losing a lot of money in revenue from that. I feel like the civil rights of the people are being challenged, and I think it's inappropriate and unacceptable. And civil rights is something that we're all suffering with as a result of the Patriot Act, and so many of our freedoms are being taken away, and I think it's getting too close on a local level. It's more freedoms taken away. So you have to consider that as well. We have to try to think a little bit bigger. And you have to consider if, say you don't have a spayed animal and it has a litter of puppies or kittens, you will be automatically in violation if it has more than whatever amount. If you're over 5, and of course we know that animals have more than 3 usually. So take that into consideration as well, that people will be in violation and everybody will be living in fear. You'll have more people in jail for this than, they'll be fighting left and right. And it's very unfair, this ordinance. You have to really consider in your own heart how many animals will die as a result of this ordinance. Many, many thousands of animals will die. And I don't want that responsibility on my heart. And I know how much I love animals, and I know how difficult it would be for me to choose to kill any of my animals. I couldn't do it. And I don't know what I would do. We live in a rural area. We choose to live in a rural area. People come to live here in Howell because it's a beautiful place. I think that when people come to live here, they should check out their neighbors, see where they're going to live, who their neighbors are. If they have animals, maybe they should choose not to live next to people that have a lot of animals. Or can they live with that? Get to know your neighbors first before you move in. It's easy to do. And I think that if you do decide to do this, what kind of options are you going to give people? What options will you do? What will you say to people to do with your animals? To their extra animals? There have to be options, where to send them, what to do. And so that's about wraps it up. And that's all I have to say this evening. Please think very carefully on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rosemary, I don't know how to pronounce it, 34 Desai Court.
I would like to defer to the ladies from the New Jersey Federation because they've been waiting a long time, so I'd like to offer my spot to them first.
No problem, ma'am, but I can't do that. I have to, I'll go in order. There's Judith Ann Luce, I think, is that how to pronounce it?
What happened to the person from the New Jersey Federation? I didn't understand. Can she speak now? And that's what she's trying to ask.
I'm going to go in order. I'm going to go in order.
Don't lose the spot.
Yeah, I'm just going to go in order, that's all. It's okay, Mrs. Smith. Yeah, I'm just going to go in order. If you don't want to speak, that's fine. I have no problem with that.
Okay. I'm Rosemary Lawback. I'm at 34 Desai Court. I was here back when this issue came up with about a year ago with all the agriculture, and my comments aren't a lot different. Many of the points were already spoken for tonight. How important our animals are, part of our families that they are. But in addition to that, many of us have dogs in particular, I'm speaking particularly for the dogs at this point, that are of service to the community. Certified therapy dogs with nationally known organizations. We go to schools, nursing homes, rehab facilities, library programs, hospitals, rehab centers, and actually service the people of our community by making these visits. I personally have 2 dogs that are in the New Jersey Veterinary Hall of Fame for their work at 9/11. if there had been limits back then, I don't know that I would have had those dogs or had the opportunity to do what, in fact, we did. I have concerns regarding the ordinance as it's proposed, and some of the things that I've read in the paper, and I understand very clearly from tonight that you can't believe everything that's in the paper. But one of the issues was the noise issue, and I believe the 20 dogs that were barking, et cetera. We have a noise ordinance on the books, number 0-03-40, which was amended in December of '03. There's a nuisance restriction there on animals that make noise. So my question would be, why do we need another ordinance when we already have one there that addresses that issue? In terms of the health issue, and I understand that the Board of Health made a recommendation that we restrict the numbers. I invite anybody to come to my home to see the cleanliness of my dogs, the area they live in, the cleanliness of my yard, the fact that my dogs sleep in bed with me, not all of them at the same time, but, you know, again, it's the issue of punishing the masses for the sins of a few, and it just isn't fair. So my request would be tonight that we table the ordinance as it's presented, that a committee of Howell citizens and others, particularly the New Jersey Federation, be formed to really thoroughly go through all of the issues that I'm not sure where this ordinance came from. I'm not sure who developed it, but I think there's a whole lot more input that the citizens of Howell can certainly put into it to make it be fair. The issue of revenue, and I did want to get up at the time that you were asking for suggestions on revenue. If we limit, we know there's going to be a big cutback in terms of the revenue that comes in. In addition to that, I know there are an awful lot of people that would have liked to have been here tonight but did not come because they didn't want to be fingered for having more animals and then being kind of, you know, selected out. There are people that simply aren't going to license everything that they've got. And, you know, again, it's a loss of revenue. Is it a gigantic loss? Probably not. But it's still going to be a loss at a time when we're trying to not lose money. The effect on shelters, you know, I have 6 dogs. And come January 2010, I have to make a choice. I have to do a Sophie's choice. Am I going to euthanize? I have a 14-year-old dog. What am I going to do with her? Where am I going to put her? She's lived in my house practically from the day she was born. What do I do? How do I make this choice? And if I don't, I'm in violation. I pay my taxes, as the gentleman said before. My animals are clean. I live according to the law, but you're forcing me to make a choice that I don't know which way I'm going to go on. And it's a very, very difficult choice. The shelters can't take the animals. They simply can't. They're overflowing. There's way too much there already. We're trying to work as a rescue organization, getting some of these animals out of the shelters so they don't have to be euthanized, and it's going to limit all that. So the impact goes far beyond a single family having a couple pets. And I ask that you please reconsider that, consider tabling this and looking into it on a much deeper level. And I request, if in fact that is done, that I be part of the committee. I have a resume with me tonight with all of my dog experiences on it, which I would be more than happy to pass on.
Thank you very much. I would like to say something about what you just said. I really appreciate that you offered to participate and give of yourself to be part of the solution. I really do. That is, you know, to me that is just so important. Then just say there's a problem, you're doing this, you're doing that. You offered to be part of the solution. And as the mayor of the town, I appreciate that you're offering to give of yourself to be part of that. Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, thank you very much. Next, Is this Judith?
Yes.
No, I just do want to say something. We have till 11 o'clock. Okay? So I'm not saying not to say you love your dog. Your dog's clean. Your dog's well kept and well fed. I believe that. Okay, so everybody, we have till 11 o'clock. So I would hope that we can get through this tonight. Okay, ma'am. No promises, ma'am. Next.
My name is Judith Luce, and I live at 201 Georgia Tavern Road. I currently have 5 dogs. I was looking forward to getting another puppy. Again, I have 3 older dogs, of which I show dogs. So it's my life. And I retired, and I was looking forward to enjoying my life with my dogs and doing things with them. They'll always be my family. But it's hard to explain why people want multiple dogs and aren't happy with just one. I don't expect you to really understand that entirely.
Why?
Because my family never did. A lot of my friends, coworkers never understood. But that is my life, and like I said, it does a lot for the community. We run dog shows. We have kids. The kids are amazing that do these dog shows. There's going to be one in East Freehold Park coming up. In March, whatever, the end of February, March. Come out and see the people having fun with their dogs and what this brings to the community. It's unbelievable, and how it trains your kids to love animals, of which then they love they get married, they have kids, and they're much better parents. These are all the things, as well as all the things the other people said before me. I won't take any longer, except I'd like to work on the committee as well. I have been in dogs all my life. And I've been assistant trainer, I train my own dogs, I show, I have multiple titles, and I would be, like I said, more than willing to help with the committee. Thank you.
Make sure you put a star next to those 2 names, so Mrs. Schlegel knows who to call.
Star. They have plenty of time and are willing to serve. Ralph Citarella? How do you do, Ralph? State your name and address, please.
Ralph Citarella, Maxim Southard Road. Okay, I wrote something down here I'd like to read to you, okay?
Feel free.
Okay, I have a lot at stake here because I've been working on one of dogs that I've been working on for the past 12 years, and I moved to Howell for that reason.
Excuse me?
I've been working on a certain line of dogs. I've been to help preserve them, working with other people. We don't sell dogs. We don't breed to sell dogs. We're just preserving and refining a line of rare breed of dog that we've had for many years. Okay? And it's nothing to do with it. You'll find nowhere any ads or sales for me selling dogs. It's about preserving and refining a rare breed that's very rare. There's probably about 5 or 6 of us that have it in the whole country. Okay? I'm even part of starting a registration for them because they've been so isolated in certain parts of the country that are very rare. So, this is what I have to say.
Can I ask what breed?
It's called the White English Bulldog. It's not an English Bulldog, it's a White English. They're
2 bulldogs at home.
Okay, well, they're very similar to English, but they were an English Bulldog before they were.
Let's go.
Okay, I pray that this meeting is not just a formality, but a time where we can all work together so that all the voters and taxpayers and homeowners and good standing people of this town can still be free and everyone can be happy. Before I moved to Howell Township, I called and asked the town how many dogs I could own. If I could own livestock, and if there were any laws against hunting and shooting on your own land. I was told you could have as many dogs as you like, as long as they were licensed. Livestock and hunting, of course, was permitted too. The dogs were the reason I moved here. I could have moved anywhere else with a dog limit that allowed hunting and livestock, some a lot closer to my work. I have been a part of Monmouth County, the Monmouth County community all of my life. I co-own a family business in Red Bank. I have worked there since I was 17. I have lived in Howell for like the past 10 years now. I have strong roots in this county, and I love Howell. I tell everyone, Howell Township is the greatest town in Monmouth County. It's the last dog-free town. Now I'm being told that the town wants to limit the amount of dogs I can own after living here without incident with my dogs for the last 10 years. They are my life. They are all I have. I understand that the actions of a few makes the town want to reevaluate the current pet laws. Instead of the ordinance, I urge council to strongly enforce the leash laws and noise ordinance laws already on the books. I understand in a residential neighborhood, 50 dogs would be out of place. But that shouldn't cause alarm for broad brush regulations for people that live in rural areas and farms. I'm talking about people that live in a farming or open space with acres of their own land. It's common sense that they live by a different set of rules. Just like owning 20 head of sheep and 15 cows and 4 horses wouldn't belong in a residential housing neighborhood either. But you can own them in a rural area, so you shouldn't be told how many dogs or cats you can own in a rural area either. It wasn't too long ago dogs were considered livestock here. I was at that meeting too. It was just last year. Does this mean next there will be a limitation on how many horses and livestock we can own? What makes dogs and cats any different than horses, potbelly pigs, and other livestock / pets that you don't eat? We have barking and leash laws already. Let's enforce them. Folks don't want to hear other people's dogs bark no more than they want other people's horses and livestock on their property. There are good folks in this town that take good care of their animals, just like the ones that take good care of their livestock. We don't deserve to be treated any differently. In this town that I love, I don't get garbage pickup. I don't have water or sewer. I don't have any children, or never have, in the school system. No natural gas lines. And my taxes doubled since I moved here. But I'm not complaining, because what I have here is much better than anything the town could ever give me. I have my own land, and I have freedom. This is the last free town in Monmouth County. We are losing all our rights as American citizens each year because everyone has to be punished because of a few. I understand that as the town grows, things need to be reevaluated from time to time and addressed. 5 dogs per home in a housing development or residential area seems fine. But from people in a more rural setting, a 5 dog per acre law. But for people in more rural setting, I propose a 5 dog, at least a 5. At least a 5.
Oh no, sorry.
I'm sorry. Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Oh, man.
You're doing fine. Take your time.
All right.
Yeah, all right. Calm down. All right.
Oh, man. A 5 dog per home in a residential area seems fine, but for people in a more rural setting, let's consider a 5 dog per acre law. Or maybe, if this better suits, perhaps 5 to first acre, or 3 to first and 5 per acre after that. I mean, this would allow people in housing developments the right to own their dogs, but of course not 25 to 150 of them in residential housing neighborhoods. And still allow the folks that live on a small farm the right to have cats, dogs for varmint control, and the dogs and cats they already have. Let's do the math here. Let's say 3 families live on a 1/4 acre lot. Each family has 5 dogs. That's 15 dogs on 1 acre of land. 15 dogs, 1 acre of land. Okay. Or 20 dogs per acre. That'd be 20 dogs, 5, 10, 15, 20, right? My rural plan for 5 dogs per acre is a lot less dogs. That's 5 dogs per acre versus 20 dogs per acre in a rural area. It only makes sense health-wise, and it's fair. I know some of you on this board have more than 1 or 2 pets. Which one of your dogs would you get rid of if you had to, or have put down? Think about it.
I could give you that answer.
God bless you. I can't. Which one of your children would you get rid of or have put down?
Please don't ask.
It's the same thing to me. You know, we're going to burden the shelters with our loving pets. Will they be better off there or euthanized? Could this council be that heartless? These dogs are my children. I have no children. To me, there is no difference. I also understand that there should be a distinction between a kennel,
I really don't know what it is.
a kennel, hobby breeder, and a puppy mill. I'm willing to explain the differences to you and to work with the town of Howell, just like she offered.
Another volunteer?
Got me. Put me in Ralph Siderell. Sign me up, baby.
I got you.
God bless you. Kennels sell dogs for a living. They rely on sales and boarding to pay their bills. Some are better than others, meaning it's hard to consistently produce enough sale-quality pups to pay your feed bills, as well as your personal living expenses. So they rely mostly on boarding.
Okay, is that what we're doing tonight, though?
No, I'm just distinguishing it.
So,
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I will get past that. All right. Excuse me?
It's okay. Ma'am, ho. He's allowed to say what he would like also.
Can I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. Kennel dogs are sold for, okay. The New Jersey statute defines a kennel as kennel shall mean if any establishment we're in and we're on, the business.
Okay, but please, we're not going to discuss kennels,
Okay.
puppy mills, stuff like that.
Fine. All right.
I don't think anybody up here, the governing body, needs
Okay, because I've been more happy
education
to.
on that tonight.
Okay, fine.
Okay?
We'll go on from there. Okay. Okay. Today's my birthday. If anyone told me 10 years ago, I would be here 10 years later.
Cell phone. Somebody got a cell phone on that's buzzing? Please turn your cell phones off. Please.
If anyone told me 10 years ago I'd be here 10 years later after being in good standing with this town and my neighbors, after asking first, before I moved here, if I could raise my dogs here, pleading for the right to own my own dogs on my own property, on my own acres of land, which I have had for the past 10 years, I wouldn't have believed them. How can this be constitutional? Is this still America? This is heartless. Why can't we restrict the new people that move into Howell from now on, and the people that choose to live in residential housing neighborhoods? We are residential taxpayers, voters, and Americans. We as residents, taxpayers, voters, and Americans should be grandfathered at the least. It's working now. I'm sorry.
It's off? Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. We as residents, taxpayers, voters, and Americans should be grandfathered at the least. We didn't break any laws. We are in good standing with our neighbors. We have not had any problems. We should not be persecuted. The last mayor said he would grandfather us. I would be happy to work with the Township of Howell any way I can, but please don't take away from me what I work so hard for. They're all I've got. Please don't let this fall on deaf ears. That is my pursuit of happiness. God bless us all, and God bless Howell.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sherry Ramsey.
Good evening. My name's Sherry Ramsey. I'm an attorney in New Jersey and New York, and
I'm currently employed by the Humane Society of the United States, where I serve as a staff attorney. I'm also chair of the New Jersey State Bar Association Animal Law Committee, and I teach animal law at New York Law School. But most importantly, I'm a resident of Howell and have been with my husband for 12 years. I was very concerned when I heard...
Your address, please, ma'am, for the record? Your
Oh,
address, please?
sorry. Sherry Ramsey, Crow Hill Road in Howell. Okay. I'm very concerned when I heard about this proposed law in Howell for a number of reasons. First, because I do not think it's going to accomplish the goal that I think you all intended it to accomplish. It's certainly going to result in thousands of deaths of needless animals dying. And secondly, because I think the law is going to punish the wrong people. But third, I also believe this law is unconstitutional and very intrusive on our citizens in a way that's totally unjustified. I know these laws have been passed in a number of towns around the state as what I believe are misguided ways of controlling animal problems in certain communities. However, they have also been overturned and deemed unconstitutional in a number of cities and states. In Minnesota, for example, the state court concluded they violated the plaintiff's constitutional rights of due process. In Pennsylvania, a state that's much less liberal than our own New Jersey courts, the highest court concluded that an ordinance limiting the number of dogs and cats a person can keep to 5 reached beyond the power granted to the borough to prohibit a nuisance, absent any indication that more than 5 is a nuisance or risk of public health and safety. The court noted that even legitimate legislative goals cannot be pursued by means that stifle fundamental personal liberties and should be achieved in more reasonable ways. Challenges are being heard in numerous places, including New Jersey, right now. A quick internet search today found New Orleans court overturned a pet limit law for an unconstitutional claim. Albany's mayor in New York is requesting a repeal of their limit law because of court cases. Counties in Washington State, South Carolina, and California are now repealing, and Cherry Hill just repealed or withdrew a law that they were considering.
All right. Come on.
And I'm sure that if this ordinance is passed, it will be challenged and will result in lengthy court costs as a result. Every time somebody tries to make a person give up a beloved pet, it will likely end up in court. And that will be money paid by the township to litigate this. In fact, I got a call from an attorney right before I came tonight asking me to let her know as soon as I heard, because she already has plaintiffs calling her.
Okay, ma'am, I would appreciate if you wouldn't do that.
Okay.
I don't want to sit up here and feel like you're threatening.
No, not at all.
The town.
I just know.
You just got done saying that if you do pass this law, we're suing you.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not. I don't do these kind of claims. I'm just saying, just from a financial standpoint.
Okay.
I know we've talked about financial situations. Not at all. I'm just passing along.
I'm not afraid of lawsuits. Not on a personal level, on a business level, or up here on the dais. So.
I understand.
Okay.
But as I noted, even if this passed, it wouldn't really address the bad actors that are more likely causing the problems that we talked about, but it would punish the good ones. And it would especially hurt the animals, as we've talked about before. As a member and co-chair of the Governor's Animal Welfare Task Force in 2004, we released recommendations regarding all areas of animal welfare, and I have a copy if anybody would like to see it. But we also specifically discussed this issue. After considerable research and thought, we advised against pet limits, stating laws should not place per se limits on the number of animals a person can care for, noting they were arbitrary and would not prevent the problems that you were trying to address. We recommended expanding the nuisance laws, the noise laws, and other laws that are already on the books to solve these problems. Importantly, when I went back and looked at the minutes of the meeting, your last meeting, I noted that this was brought up in response to the Winsong Acres kennel case recently. In that case, over 200 dogs were rescued from what was basically a puppy mill type situation, with a house with allegedly no running water and sewage problems, and the dogs were supposedly sick, neglected, cruelly treated, yet this couple, I understand, still has over 150 dogs in their possession and continues to breed them.
Licensed as pets, correct?
Right, they were not rescued.
Yeah, that's correct. They've been licensed.
Right, but she still has 150 dogs that she's breeding them. Now, it's also important to note that this woman was convicted of animal cruelty in 1991, again in 1996, and was in court as recently as 2006 for not abiding by a judge's mandate. Now, I used to be assistant prosecutor with Ms. Schroeder. I know that the court should have made sure this woman didn't get her dogs back. But somehow or another, she did get her dogs back.
What's wrong with you? I blame Susan.
I prosecuted it.
So, obviously, the law didn't work the way it should have, or she wouldn't be in business as she still is. However, the proposed bill that we're talking about here punishes the wrong people. This woman, do we really think this woman's going to abide by a limit law when she hasn't abided by a judge's mandate and has had previous convictions for animal cruelty? She'll just close her doors and she'll keep breeding her dogs. But who will abide by the laws? The people who clean up the messes from people like this woman. The people who go in there and rescue and foster these animals that were dumped, the 200 that were taken. They're trying to find homes for them. They're trying to help them. They're the ones that will clean up the mess. And they're the ones who open their hearts to these dogs. However, this law would require that they refuse that to help if they have 5 pets already. And it will result in increased shelter killings at a time when shelters are already overburdened because of the economy and mortgage crisis, as we already discussed. In fact, the president of the Monmouth County SPCA, Ursula Goetz, who wanted to be here tonight to oppose this bill, but she's in the process of moving animals right now to another bigger facility because of the very problem we're talking about. She doesn't have enough space for all the animals. But she wanted me to tell you that she thinks these laws don't work and that they punish the wrong people. Many other decent, caring people did not come tonight as well because they're afraid of being outed for having too many animals. And people who spend their own time and money and care for these animals are the ones that are going to be punished. As we've heard tonight, you know, the financial burdens on the township are hard. But you can only imagine what they are on nonprofit organizations, which their donations are so limited now. And people with the mortgage crisis are dumping animals. So these shelters are overburdened. So as somebody pointed out before, there's no place for animals to go right now, no place, except to be euthanized. This law will result in many people just abandoning their animals on their property. They'll just let them go and they'll say they're not mine so that they don't have to be charged. And that will result in needless suffering of animals without care and also increased numbers of free roaming animals, which is part of what I think we're trying to address here, too many animals running around in places they're not supposed to be. So less people, as somebody else said, less people will license their dog if they have too many animals because they won't want to come forward. But the truly responsible people will abide by the law, and the people that don't care about animals will not abide by the law. And to be sure, I'm sure you all agree that one poorly cared for dog left to bark all night long outside is a much bigger nuisance to us than 6 well cared for dogs that are sleeping inside the house. But under this law, we would punish the first person and not the second person. So, I mean, I think that it shows the inequity of this idea. Through better nuisance and noise abatements laws, as well as enforcement of our state cruelty and neglect laws, people who are not caring for animals or who are burdening the community can be punished without arbitrarily punishing the people who are not hurting anyone, and without requiring any law-abiding animal lovers to choose between their cherished companions or breaking the law. And as we heard tonight, people really do love their animals like they do their family. There are much better ways to accomplish the goals I think we all agree are legitimate here. Camden, for example, has no pet limits, but it has enacted a law recently that require that nobody can possess an animal over 6 months without it being neutered. So in a situation like that...
Hold on. Hold on.
The person in Winsong would not have been allowed to continue doing what she was doing. It also requires breeding licenses and things that would at least keep that sort of thing under control. But there are also ways to strengthen the nuisance laws to allow for repeat offenders like this woman to be punished more harshly and to make sure she just doesn't continue to do business. These types of laws will address the real problem and not punish the caring people who have done nothing wrong but try to help the community. There's an organization called LEDA, Lawyers in Defense of Animals, and I believe they wrote a letter to the township offering their help because they work in drafting legislation regarding animal issues. And I think they're also willing to help in any way they can. And I'm also willing to help as well as part of my job that I work with my nonprofit is drafting legislation. I see him writing.
Put 2 stars?
Sure. So I do have some experience drafting legislation, and I'm happy to help in any way I can. As we talked about just a little bit earlier when we were talking about the financial issues, we said as a township we need to pull together. And I think in the same way with this, we need to pull together so we don't pit neighbors against each other, where somebody doesn't get mad at a neighbor and report them because they have 6 dogs. That we all work together so we can come up with something that really legitimately addresses the bad people that are doing things and doesn't punish the good people that are trying to help. Thanks very much.
Nice closing argument, Council.
Thank you.
All right, we need to move on, 9Bs, 9As.
Okay. Chapter 11, need a motion from somebody for us to continue to...
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
And I'd second that.
Okay.
For what period of time?
Half hour.
To 11:30. Okay. We still have members of the public. Okay. I would...
Would be a good idea to have a roll.
I'd like to suggest that you, if you want to go to 11:30, that you have to stop the public hearing by 11:15 or 11:20 so that we can move on to the business we have to complete.
There's other things we have to do. Is there anything that anybody would like to come up and add that hasn't already been said?
Excuse me 1 minute, Mayor. Would you please take a roll call on that
Give
motion?
me a roll call on extending the meeting to 11:30 and stopping the public hearing at 11:15.
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mrs. Dalton?
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yes.
Mr. Memolo?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. Go ahead, ma'am. You wanted to come up. You're on the list.
Okay. Was I next?
You are now.
Okay. Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Vicki Blaze, and I'm from Diamond Lane. I pretty much wrote down the things that I had concerns with, and I've seen that a lot of people have said that. I don't want to reiterate what everybody said. But I do feel that we do have this problem here of what to do if someone does have excess over the number 5. There also is, I want to just stress this too, with the shelter issue, the overcrowding. I don't think you guys want to get into the business of pets. If you don't let the people that are doing it, do it, and some of us that are doing it right, you're going to be in the business of it, because there's going to be, it's going to fall on somebody, because there's animals out there. I don't know what, with these cats you said that are out there, well, if no one feeds them and no one does anything, they're just going to be roaming around. Someone's going to have to do something. If you round them up and kill them, I don't know if that's the answer either.
We pay $129,000 a year to Humane Services.
Okay.
To take care of those
Right,
animals.
so, I don't, you'll get into a bigger number if you let everybody, if you don't allow others to take care of this. And they did talk about the noise ordinance out there. The other thing is, if you have, like 6 or 7 or 8 cats in your house that you're taking care of that don't go outside, there was the issue of the ordinance of the person who had 20 pets that were barking all day. That's what I read in the paper. Well, 6 or 7 cats in someone's house that doesn't go out doesn't bother anybody. And I don't know how you can, who gives the right to tell anybody what to do in the confines of their own home. Then I don't know if there's a big epidemic here going on in Howell with a pack of people owning a pack of animals causing a detrimental impact to the community. I don't know if that's a problem or if it's just one little incident. While I can understand the concern for this debate strives to find a happy medium towards the quality of life issue for all, I really don't see how this limitation will solve the problem, and here's why. My personal experience is it doesn't take over 5 dogs to create an annoyance bark fest. I happen to have a neighbor who had 2 yappy Malteses that when she let them out in the summer, they ran along my fence barking and barking while we tried to have quiet time on my deck. And they did not even say a word to them about stopping barking. And I literally had to go over to my neighbor, who I am friends with, and I said, come on, you got it, this is annoying, I can't. So while, they barked and barked and barked, there was only 2 of them. So that thing with 20 pets, 2 pets, 1 pet, barking, that's not really the issue. If you really want to tackle animal issues, one that needs our attention is, again, the overabundance of the shelters, and we should be advocating more for pushing for mandatory spay and neutering, and possibly a moratorium on breeding, because we need to catch up. with these animals. We need something here, because there's just too many animals that are out there that need homes, that get killed in the shelters. The statistics are unconscionable. So, so on that note, I just want to finish with saying, you mentioned, there's a mention of similar ordinances in surrounding areas that you're attaching your reasons for passing this ordinance, and I hope when you're faced with situations in the future that would benefit Howell's citizens, like tax relief, environmental concerns, or cutting waste, that you use some of these same comparisons from surrounding communities that you have found success with similar issues. While I am in agreement with the sort of regulations on one household holding a kennel full of animals, creating a possible hoarding situation, which sometimes turns into a neglect situation, I do not believe this ordinance, with all its intent and purposes, will succeed in the direction it was intended for without some modifications based on individual concerns. I don't like to critique without trying to offer a solution, but I'm hoping that this will be thought of before signing off, and I am willing to give my, any kind of input I can on that.
Another star?
Another star.
Mr. Smith? Oh, Mr. Smith?
There's 4 minutes.
All right, you have 4 minutes, Mr. Smith, so, Mr. Smith, you ought to start coming up.
Yeah, Don Smith, 54 Vanderveer Road. First of all, the number of animals in the house does not relate in any way to the care of the animals. 5 animals can receive better care in the home possibly than 2. It's totally unrelated. My biggest fear is with the cats, especially in the farms. I don't know how many of you are aware of the number of litters of kittens that are dropped off just because it's a rural farm, and they figure, oh, here's a home for them, and they do find a home there. I mean, if you wanted to start enforcing the feral cat ordinance, and I spoke on that one at the time, and I think you may remember that I referenced the fact that we'd probably have to go out and hire some cat cops just to keep up with it. The farms need the cats. I'm sandwiched between a horse farm that needs the cats to keep his feed clean and free of the rodents, the rats and mice. I've got a nursery on the other side that needs him to protect his bulbs for his plants and whatnot. He also needs a good number of dogs to keep the deer out of his nursery stock. Lately, I could use one to keep a big raccoon off of my back porch, but so far my son's size 13 has been doing the job. But, you know, these horse farms, I know quite a few of them, and what they end up doing, they don't license the cats. It would be cost prohibitive. But fortunately, they do have them neutered a lot of times, because equine vets will help them out. And they get their shots, they get vaccinations again, because the equine vet knows that he needs those cats to protect his horses or his livestock from disease, deer tick that the mice carry. So I'm afraid that if you start limiting the number, especially in the farm communities, they're going to say, well, you know, I'm afraid the vet might turn me in. I'm not going to have them neutered or spayed. I'm not going to have them get their shots. And it may backfire on us. And that's one of my fears. And I say I do believe that the number is unrelated to the care. We're over-regulating. And I hate government that over-regulates. It's ridiculous. And it costs us more money in the long run. Hire the cat cops.
Did you forget anything, Mrs. Smith?
No, he does it very well.
Okay.
But what no one yet has done is very simply say, you're well intended for what you want to control and prohibit, but this ordinance isn't going to do it. This ordinance is only going to hurt a lot of people. Well, the people and the animals, but both. But I liked what was said about the freedom in Howell Township. How many times have members, some of you have seen other members of governing body get very angry at me because I say that's not Howell. What you're trying to do is not Howell. Please don't change Howell.
You're not going to help.
No, I
understand.
oh, okay.
No, I'm not.
I could go on and on about life in Howell. Presently, and in my lifetime of 45 years in Howell, and 20 years before that, next door in Colts Neck, life was not that much different. Colts Neck has changed a lot. Howell has changed a lot, but Howell has not changed as much. And I ask you to remember the different lifestyles in Howell. I won't go thoroughly into it, but you have a very big job. Our prior subject was the economy. Running Howell Township, taking care of the necessities, takes up so much of your time, is so important. Please just vote this down, because what you want to do isn't going to be accomplished by it. Please, I beg you, for everybody. Because they're going to, the people who break the law, just like the gun laws, it's controlling guns isn't going to control the people who would use them the wrong way. So please vote it down. Vote it down.
Listen, I would love to hear from more people.
Can I just give you 2 minutes?
Truthfully, we're going to end the meeting, okay? And a lot of people would still like to give 2 minutes. And I would. It's nothing personal.
I just thought you'd like to hear from somebody.
Well, there's still about 9 more people, okay? And we're not going till 1 o'clock in the morning, okay? And then we have more work to do after this. Do I have to legally keep it open? No. I'd like to close the public portion of the meeting. We'll just close the meeting, truthfully, and I'm not being, really, but all of us will, I don't know, do you want us to discuss this and vote on this, or do you want us to shut down or stop the meeting?
Are you going to carry it for another night? Are you voting on it?
Mr. Just.
I don't think we want to table it.
Do we have to?
I don't need to table.
Yeah, come on, just go.
All right, everybody, whoa. Everybody, keep it down, okay? Let the governing body discuss this a little bit, okay? Everybody, just sit back, relax. Now it's time, I think, for the citizens to listen, okay? Let the governing body explain some of their thoughts on it. Let's see where we're going with this, all right? Okay. Anybody up here from the governing body would they like to speak?
I would, Mayor.
Councilwoman Clark.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate everyone's come out. I know this is a very passionate issue for members of Howell Township. It certainly makes what is great about Howell Township, the people coming out in support of trying to do the right thing. And please remember, this was because there was a huge concern, public outcry, and concern over animals being abused. So we're up here tonight not trying to take away rights, but certainly trying to come up with a plan. I personally do not feel this is the best plan, and I think that I would recommend having a committee together. I think it's a good idea because we have a lot of things that we have to consider. And I think I would like to hear from more people, not necessarily the public. I like everyone coming out and giving their opinion. But we need to come up with some real constructive ways how we're going to deal with this. Because I'm personally concerned that there are animals in Howell Township that are being abused. And a lot of people tonight,
if we do not vote this, are going to be very upset because they're going to think that another day is going to go by where animals are going to be abused. So, with that being said, I personally do not think the limit is something that is going to be effective for the town. I would recommend having a committee put together. I'd volunteer to be as part of that committee to...
You have enough to do.
To come up with some suggestions to make this bill better. Now, I would like to acknowledge our town attorney, who did spend countless hours putting this together. She did a terrific job. This is not something that was just put together and not thought out. She looked through a lot of other towns, did a lot of research on the constitutionality, so I'd appreciate the time that she put into, and I think it is a well thought out law looking at what is going on in New Jersey. Nevertheless, I feel at this point it's not in the best interest of the town.
Anybody else up on the governing body? Council member?
I can speak to the council.
Nah, we'll keep her for later on.
Okay.
Only one attorney at a time.
Got a room full of them. All right. I listened to everyone speak tonight, and you should all be commended. I know that you're all here and are very concerned. I believe that how this was being put together was not truly intended to affect you individuals of where the problem lies. And as Councilwoman Clark did mention, there was an outcry because there are many other homes in the residential area who are rescuers, who have an overabundance of animals on their property in the homes that are causing health issues, and there is a lot of difficulty out there. You should be commended, and I would recommend to the mayor tonight that since we have so many volunteers that want to come out and help us do this and correct this ordinance to make sure it's right, whether it's a residential, whether it's for rescuers, whether it's for breeders and kennels, it all is going to be defined. And my suggestion is that I believe that if you're going to be a rescuer, you should be licensed, you should be advertised, everybody knows who you are, you should be inspected, so we don't have these issues. And it would prevent anybody from having these animals where they get cruel, torture, and they're not getting the right proper feeding and nourishment and not getting their shots. But again, I can see this, the way this ordinance is put together, it offends all of you, and I'm very sorry about that, but my concern is in the residential areas. I, for one, want to see Howell remain rural, okay? We have a great town, we have a great residents, the school system is, very good, but we have some issues there, and the residents, and this is the only place that you can come out, and when you have a problem, is come to the council meetings and bring out your concerns. And Mr. Mayor, if we can table it until we can get some volunteers and get a committee together, that would be my suggestion. But understand where my concern is. It's in the residential areas. It's not for you individuals who are rescuers, but I do have concern. Okay? And I want to see Howell remain rural, because it's nice when you take a ride into the back sections and off the roads, and not too many people around here actually do that. I've been here for over 35 years, so I know what the town looks like, and I visited many areas in the back road as a fireman and as a chief of one of the departments. So I know what the area looks like. I'm very concerned, and we're going to take all your considerations in, okay?
Thank you, Councilman. Come on. Councilman Howell?
Mayor, I'd like to tell people that for every person that got up and spoke here tonight, I probably got 3 emails asking for a pet limit ordinance. We got emails from people all up and down the East Coast. And the one thing that they said was, people are going to come out and beg you not to have this ordinance, but who's going to speak for the animals? That's what they asked us to do. The people that I referenced earlier in Tom's River, according to the animal control officer there, weren't intended to do anything wrong. Their sole intent was to rescue all of these cats that they found, but then it got out of control. It's a far cry from what happened at Windsong Acres, I believe was the puppy mill issue that we had. You know, somebody earlier referenced, well, all of the dogs were rescued. No, they weren't. They came in and took a handful of them, and then the woman was able to come in and license them all, so now we have no way to get those dogs out of that house. There's no way. We don't have a law that lets us. You know, other people have referenced, we have a noise ordinance. Well, guess what, folks? I can call the cops and say, hey, the dog next door has been barking for 6 hours. It's driving me crazy, but if the dog isn't barking when the police officer pulled in my driveway, the last 6 hours don't count. They worked on a dog barking ordinance here. It said the dog had to bark continuously for 10 minutes. Well, guess what? The first person said, every time he breathes, it starts all over. It's not continuous. I think the previous administration spent about 10 grand on that ordinance, and it's unenforceable.
Bless you.
Sorry.
Next we'll have a sneezing ordinance.
And somebody else, I believe Mr. Taylor, made a comment of, you know what, when you go to look for a house, if you don't want to live next to a house with a lot of animals, don't buy that house. Well, suppose I bought my house and a guy moves in a week later and he brings 50 dogs with him. I was there first, but that doesn't give me any rights now. So yeah, it's a complicated issue. It's not something that you know, we just came up with. We didn't come up with the number of 5. That was a recommendation of the Monmouth County Board of Health. So it wasn't a number that we picked arbitrarily. And I will tell you that for every person that got up here tonight, there's 3 more that emailed me and said,
Whoa, whoa.
I didn't interrupt any of you when you were speaking.
It's okay. We all listened while you spoke. Come on.
But I can tell you, we did get that plethora of emails begging us to enact this ordinance.
Okay, my
Thank you,
turn.
Councilman Deputy Mayor.
You know I'm going to be the one that talks the longest. I had a question in my mind as everyone was speaking, which was, we all got those emails, and there were far more emails asking us to please don't be so cruel. I mean, if you know, and you folks can Oprah them if you want. I'm not suggesting that you do, but about how cruel and heartless we would be if we didn't put an end. How could a council look itself in the mirror knowing that we allowed a puppy mill with such deplorable conditions to continue? And those are very visceral allegations and attacks. And I've looked at everything, and I see this, and I deal with it. You know, I deal with it in litigation I'm involved with pet limits in neighboring towns, where I have a client who is mentally challenged and has 25 cats that we have to now dispose of because the rule is 3. And, you know, she can afford to take care of them, but the rule is 3. I looked back at the minutes of the meeting where we adopted that ordinance that Councilman Howell referenced about the feral cats, and the minutes aren't exactly verbatim. They're not verbatim, but I think the gist at the time I voted in favor of that ordinance was because we needed to get the fee ordinance on, and the minutes specifically talk about us moving forward with an amendment in January, and I guess we didn't get to it, but I do recall Mr. Smith bringing up those issues about the feral cats, and I was pretty darn committed to my opinion that I thought it was the wrong thing to do to limit the amount of cats on a farm. I think that the zone-specific issues that have been raised tonight are very appropriate. I commend Mr. Citarella. He's very passionate. I had a chance to look at the WEPs online, the WEBs, the White English Bulldog and the breeders, and what you say about your breed is very true, and it's all documented there. You know, I don't want to take away that, and that's not what this, you know, what we were trying to do was address an ailment that really affects this community. It's not good when pets are mistreated, no matter what. I think we have got to table this tonight, vote it down, and look at it with a more global perspective. Ms. Ramsey's advocacy through the State Bar Association, the Governor's Council, and your work. I read that report, not all of it, but I did look at it. I would like to see that we table it and that we address some of the issues that have been raised, such as, candidly, why don't we have, or can we have, qualifications for someone to get a license as a pet owner? Anyone who's been convicted of a prior cruelty conviction shouldn't be allowed to have one pet, let alone 150. So I'd like to see us look at that, because certainly if people are getting pet licenses when they've been convicted for animal abuse, I think it's real easy to stop them from owning pets in the future, or it should be. I also appreciated the comments about neutering and spaying. And Mr. Citarella, I know you're not going to, but I know your point. I think with a committee and some work, we can come up with a reasonable solution. And that really is, if you're trying to protect a breed that's a rare breed, or you're a real breeder and you've got the training and the credentials to prove it, I think we can work on a way to do that. But the average, husband and wife or family, I mean, listen, I got my pet spayed as soon as I could, because I knew that I wasn't cut out for breeding a dog, and I didn't want her to be in that situation where she was vulnerable. I think that's for 95% of pet owners in this community, spay and neuter is absolutely the appropriate thing to do. So I think I've said enough. I agree that Howell is a lot different of a town than other towns in the community. We have land, and that's a great resource. We don't have the ocean, but we sure have a lot of land. And I think that makes a big difference in terms of how we treat how many pets one can own. So based on that, my inclination would be not to support this ordinance tonight.
Go for it.
She's only one vote. Don't clap yet. But, it is real tough, truthfully. If any is, I have 2 dogs. I lost 2 in the last 2 years, but I had 4 dogs. I'm not going to tell you I'm an animal lover like I've heard from some of you tonight, but I'd dig them. They're cool, But, these emails we received over the last couple months, they weren't funny. I mean, to sit there and read them day after day from very good citizens, taxpayers, very caring people. And I would tell you that in my over 3 years up here, it is the most emails I've gotten on one topic in over 3 years. Nothing else close. Nothing close, okay? From concerned people like yourselves, okay? They didn't mean no malice, no harm. They weren't anti-American, anti-freedom. They were, you need to do something to see that animals don't get abused like this. You need to put a stop to things like this. Well, you shake your head because you got your own thoughts, and yours are yours. It doesn't make them right. They just makes them yours. I mean, I have my own thoughts. I do like the idea of, before we do something that's wrong, perfect it or do the best we can of putting minds together. But I will tell you this right now, that I will do everything I possibly can to see that something is done in the near term. Okay? No, I don't agree with, you're free to have as many pets as you want. If you want to have 35 dogs in a development, no, I don't agree. I don't care whether you tell me you could feed them, you could clothe them, You can keep them clean. I don't care. Okay? I don't think it's the right thing to do. That's my right. And I have a vote. Okay? You have your right to think whatever you want. And I appreciate a lot of things that were said tonight. A lot of real good things. And I could tell that a lot of these things came straight from the heart. They weren't just from somebody's brain. They were really from how they feel towards animals. And that's a beautiful thing. I mean, we're all God's creatures in my eyes. I am going to go to court one day over not being able to separate church and state. And I'm okay with that one too, Counselor. I'm okay with that one. All right? I want to go in front of the judge. So, but something is going to have to be done. Okay? I am all for putting a group together of citizens with our attorney. Okay? There's probably some other people who would like to volunteer and put together something that works for the best it can for all of Howell Township. Okay? But I don't want anybody leaving here thinking that the mayor is all for doing nothing and letting everybody own as many pets and do with them whatever they feel like. And I don't mean just abuse. Okay? I am not for that. I am not. And I do appreciate all the work that's been done by Ms. Kingdom. I mean, yes, something needs to be done. That was a horrible article in the newspaper. But as horrible as the article was, that is nothing compared to the abuse that those animals received. Okay? Nothing. And it must stop. All right? So, I'm okay with a lot of what was said tonight. But I don't want nobody leaving here thinking that I think it's okay for everybody to do whatever they want and just go after the ones that abuse animals. There has to be some restrictions put in place because the other people that live next door to you, they have freedom. They have rights also. If you say that's not being somebody who cares about Hal, because I don't think the person next door should have 25 dogs, so be it. Okay? But I would like to see this explored further. I would like it to be, can't be perfected. Some people are going to be unhappy. I mean, I know my man back there yelling freedom, okay, doesn't want no restrictions. That's what pure freedom is, 0 restrictions. But we got to make sure that what's happened never happens again, okay? Never happens again. And if there's a better way that we can all go about it with a citizens group, the attorney, I'm all ears, like I was all ears tonight. I will tell you that I walked in here tonight, and I will tell you this much, if not a soul was here, I was voting for this ordinance. Hands down. Hands down. And that's from probably, and I'm not joking, I bet there was at least 80 emails to 100 emails in the last couple months from people saying, please put that ordinance in place. Please stop this from happening. Okay? At least that many. So, it is a concern of mine, as it's a concern of the whole governing body. We need to vote, and we're going to vote. Okay? We're not going to table it. It's been introduced. It's going to be voted on. So, I need a member of the council to make a motion.
Mr. Mayor, with this advisory committee that's going to go together, can we put a time limit on it? Make
Mayor,
it quick?
can I make a recommendation speaking to Councilman Memlo's concern and your concern on being in the short term? I suggest that we try to have something for the April 14th workshop meeting.
Does this work for the audience?
We're February 17th. Okay, we're on February 17th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. April 14th workshop?
That's what we're going to shoot. I would think that we should try to shoot for the April 14th workshop.
Okay, I've starred some of the residents here from Howell Township that would like to be in on this. If there's anybody else that is here this evening that would like to be involved in the citizens group, if there is one, please come up after the meeting. We'll put your name down, okay, and we'll see where this goes.
Mayor, that would be on, not for introduction, but give the council an opportunity to discuss it on the 14th.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then
Mr.
we'll-
Mayor, yeah, they should all understand that, you know, the people that are volunteering for this committee, if you don't show up and we don't put anything in place, you can rest assured that this ordinance will come back up and will be approved. Because along with the mayor, I was more than willing to go with the ordinance, what was in place, and I'm happy for it. But with you individuals here, you residents, you animal lovers, you came out tonight, you spoke, now you want to volunteer, let's do it, let's get this done. The township manager and the mayor is giving you the opportunity to come forward and let's put something in place. You want something in place, put it in place for everything. Rescuers, kennels, breeders. We got to make sure the whole 9 yards, everything is covered in there. You know, people who abuse animals, that they don't get a second chance, they get nothing. So if you need to do it, it has to be worked on. Please don't waste our people's time here.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'll help you.
I need a member to make a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Got it.
Mr. Memo?
Get my glasses on first.
Put your glasses on, old man.
It's late.
Okay.
Court 2012.
All right, this is the one for the adoption, right?
Yeah, but you want to say that it's denied, well, unless you want it to be adopted.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have this ordinance denied.
Okay, but you got to read it, though. It's got to be read into the record.
Ask Mrs. Kingdon how she wants this read, man.
How would you like it read, man?
You're going to vote it down, just like you did the other one.
Read it into the record, then we got to vote.
Okay. Motion that ordinance number 0-09
Not passed.
denied. That's what I asked for. It had to be
Right, but you
denied.
got to read it.
Motion that the ordinance number 0-09-7 be finally passed, which we want to deny, and adopted, and notice of its passage and adoption be published in the 2/2009 issue of the Asbury Park Press by reference to its title only.
I need a second.
I'll second that we deny it.
Okay? So this is a motion to deny the ordinance.
So they're going to vote yes?
Hold it, you got the clerk in a tizzy.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not in a tizzy.
Okay. So,
Don't start, Mayor.
so a vote of yes will be to deny the ordinance, correct? Need a roll call, please, Mrs. Woolman.
Mrs. Clark?
Yes, I
Mrs.
vote to
Dalton?
deny it.
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yes.
Mr. Memolo?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. The ordinance is denied. Okay, a little bit more work to
Run
do,
away.
folks. And if anybody wants to go on that list, we'll be done in about 5 minutes. You can go on the list.
List for what? Oh, for the,
I'd also like to know how they feel about the dog park.
we need to keep going.
Okay.
You need another motion.
Hey, everybody,
You need another motion. We ran out of time a long time ago.
everybody, please. We still have work to do. If you want to leave, please leave silently.
Just wait.
You got to wait 5 minutes. We got a little bit more work to do. Okay? Please. Please keep it down.
I didn't know they were going to close the meeting.
I just wanted,
Let's go. Hey, everybody. Come on. Olene, Ms. Schlegel. Could you please get away from the dais? All right, all we have left is 9A1, correct?
That's
Yes.
correct.
It's to amend land use ordinance and fees. I need a council person.
Motion to introduce ordinance number 0-09-8 on first reading by title and to order the same be published in full in the 2/2009 issue of the Asbury Park Press, together with notice of its introduction and passage on first reading by title, and that it will be further considered for final passage after public hearing at a meeting of the Township Council to be held on March 24, 2009, at 7:30 p.m. prevailing time in the municipal building.
Second.
Ms. Bowman, could you please read the title of the ordinance?
An ordinance amending the definition of township consultants set forth in the ordinance establishing certain escrows for professional fees associated with municipal review of proposed developments which include affordable housing components.
Mrs. Dixon.
Roll call.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Clark?
Yes.
Mrs. Dalton?
Yes.
Mr. Howell?
Yeah.
Mr. Memolo?
Yes.
Mayor Walsh?
Yes. Okay.
March meeting, Mayor.
We have a meeting Tuesday, March 3rd at 6:30 executive session. Regular session starts at 7:30. That's a workshop meeting. And we have a regular meeting Tuesday, March 24th. Executive session at 6:30, regular session at 7:30. And we have a tentative meeting at Aldridge School on Tuesday, March 31st at 7:30 p.m.
That is if the council is available for that evening.
for public participation. That's tentative. Okay, so,
So Mayor, the published meeting for March 10th has now been canceled?
yes, we had to cancel the March 10th meeting because of the Board of Elections, correct?
Correct.
That is correct. We had to change that meeting. So now we're March 3rd, March 24th, and March 31st is a tentative meeting. The governing body needs to get back to the clerk and let them know, unless you want us to do it right now.
I'm available right now.
How are we on the 31st?
Calendar in front of me.
How are we on the
There you
31st? It's a Tuesday night.
I'm available.
31st is good for me. That's going to be over at Albert School?
Yes, it is. It's going to be at Aldridge School.
I'll get to the clerk's office.
Public participation meeting.
Public participation, March 31st at Aldridge School. That's one of the things the governing body said. We would try to go to different parts of Howell and speak to the residents there, let them, so we're going to do one more.
Thank
You
you,
ready?
Susan.
You good? All right, so we have, and I'm good. So that's four that are good. Councilman Howell will let us know tomorrow. So we'll do 31st at Aldridge School if that's available. Anything else? Anybody? Need a motion to adjourn?
Make the motion.
Second.
Second. All those in favor? You gonna do a roll call for us to adjourn?